are not here. Jet lag is no reason. Not finding the way. So I think we have to engage them more, that they realize how much they are missing, but they're also working in part-time. Oh, my slide just disappeared. Okay, because here it's back. So the ones who have been in the training before, they know that we like to do our recaps with a bit of game, also to motivate everyone. So Kahoot is really simple. So you have to either scan the QR code, or you go on the homepage, which is called www.kahoot.it, and give in the number. So this is your first task. You have already our expert, Davide, he knows already. Yeah, or you can stand up and go to the, move a bit, like, you know. There will be a warm-up question, hopefully, if everything works technically right. And it's just to explain you like it works. So you have 45 seconds time, and there are just 4 options. And there will be like a leaderboard, and depends on whether the response is correct. That's the first indication. And the second one is then about how fast are you responding. Good morning. So let's wait. Hope internet works good so that everyone is logging in. Is your colleague not coming from? Okay, I just removed it and someone can So does it work? Mustafa has to do some exercises. So who is missing on the board? Sometimes it takes already a second until it's online. Are you on? Ready? Yes, I saw your name. Was too easy to identify. Everyone ready? Yeah. Okay, then let's start with the warm-up. Did you have the time? Good. Okay. Where do I know started? Here. Okay. Good morning. So, it's a bit of a recap about day 1, which was really long. And the warm-up question is like, which city is hosting this year's IDFC climate training? So, really, really easy. I would be concerned if you make a mistake. Or it would be maybe explaining why some colleagues are still missing. Okay, I think for this question we would need not more than 10 seconds. For the real jet lag. Luckily. Okay, everyone knows it. So, do you know whether I'm to join later? Yeah, if you go on the homepage look downstairs here. Here. Kahoot.it, and then you have to add the pin. No, we wait a second, otherwise it's fine. Exactly, then I'm not on this side. Exactly. 155. Great. So, okay, then now the real game is starting. Ah, okay, I forgot about the scoreboard. Oh, Davide, really? So, so in the first session, carpet market architecture. In a cap and trade system, what is mainly traded? A right to emit within a regulated cap, a project baseline, a voluntary sustainability label, or a development loan. So we are not starting too difficult at the moment. Almost everyone responded. Okay, I think next time we reduce it back to... Okay. Markus, can I invite you to maybe give like a comment on the results, or whether it was me not making my question clear enough?
Must have been the ones that arrived today or late last night.
Okay, so let's see who was listening quite good yesterday. Woohoo! I thought you didn't sleep, but your brain is working without sleeping. That's really impressive. So then let's have a look at the next question. So why are corresponding adjustments important under Article 6? They increase the price of all carbon credits. They prevent the same mitigation outcomes from being counted twice. They replace MRV requirements, or they make voluntary credits mandatory. Okay, let's see. So, I think we are slowly getting there. So let's see who was really fast in responding this morning. You're also not only talking quite a lot, but you're also listening, so that's really great. But don't take it personally. You know, I mean it not really, I mean it positively. I really liked your interventions yesterday. So, okay, ready for the third question? The PBB role. Which three levels are used to describe the PBB engagement carbon finance? This was the third session. Is it about local, national, and global? Or was it like buyer, seller, or broker? System, project, or portfolio level? Or do we talk about risk, return, and liquidity? Remember, Markus was presenting it, I think, after lunch. Not a good time, but still we had some really good discussions. Alternatively, you might have already written the concept note, which was shared by Tawana and Margot at, I think, 1 month ago. Okay. So let's see how the game will go tomorrow. Now it's actually about like the system, project, and portfolio level, about the ways what we were discussing, like that on the system level, that also things like the registry or like the regulatory environment are relevant, while other levels are portfolio and project level. Now, let's see who was really fast. Oh, okay. Who is this from the abbreviation? It does count. You're a good student. But your abbreviation is, it matches all the climate finance abbreviations we have. Good. I think we have 2 questions left. So, session 1.5. Which combination is the most important for credible carbon finance at national level? Low prices, fast approval, and limited disclosure, rules, authorization, MRV, registration and oversight, only private sector demand, a large project pipeline without government involvement. I think we again back a bit to an easier question. Good. Sounds good. If I do not want to ask who wants to have large project just without the government intervention. I think might happen in some cases, but maybe is not the most relevant or focus. Oh, Margot. Ooh. So, last question. Why a mitigation project that is climate positive and important for the NDC would happen anyway without carbon revenue? Doesn't sound like a question, but I think you still catch what it was supposed to ask. Is it automatically suitable for an internal crediting? It should normally be considered for domestic NDC use rather than crediting. It should be transferred, I have here a pop-up window, under immediately as an ITMO. It does not need an MRV. The question was related to the last exercise we were doing yesterday. Okay. Yeah, it was already quite late in the evening. So in this case, I think we also had this category maybe which is missing in our exercises here. So, but primarily it would be considered under a domestic NDC use. So now it starts to be interesting. The podium of today. Carla.
Bravo.
Woohoo. Harold.
And Christian.
Ah, yeah, sure. So Harold, here, also takes out the other teams here and wave what's an eye. And
The winner is Christian.
wait, I have something for you.
Champion.
So, but I think everyone was listening, so we passed them still around for everyone. Everyone was participating. And to try to remain relaxed. Also pass it around for everyone here. I will pass them to you too. No. Everyone. So, yeah, so I think we had really a tough day yesterday. Today, the focus is then really on high integrity carbon finance projects, so more the life cycle, screening and MRV. And the first session, it will be about high integrity principle across the carbon project cycle. So, happy to start. Just need to stop screen sharing. So.
So we are ready? Good. Yeah, good morning everybody, and welcome to those that arrived last night or early this morning. My name is Markus Hüvener. I'm the lead manager from Frankfurt School for this 5 days or 4 days net of training here on carbon markets. We had a tough day yesterday, and today will be more or less at the same level. So one thing I'd like you to know is I'm a bit emotional because 1 hour ago I received the message that I became grandfather. So, thank you. So, all are in good shape, the mother and the boy, it's a boy. Oscar is his name. So, thanks a lot. When I start crying in the meantime, don't take care of it. Good. This session will be about high integrity principles. You may remember that yesterday we touched it already. CDM at the end doesn't have the best reputation. It was replaced, or is replaced now by Article 6 credits. We like to learn from the things we experience under CDM. And in parallel, the voluntary market also suffered a lot, partially in line with what happened under CDM, but also due to other reasons. You know that it's a self-controlling mechanisms, self-controlling standards, and we have some initiatives here that will bring you to your attention, that are trying over the last 3 to 4 years to enhance credibility, both on the supply side, but also on the demand side. That is the second issue. We won't touch that too much today, but there was also a lot of discussions and a lot of criticisms about the buying side, offsetting activities that do not really match the requirements of an offset activity, and there were many activities around, especially in the EU, that was introducing new directives on how to avoid false announcement about climate neutral products, climate neutral activities, and whatsoever, and that has a strong impact, had a strong impact, and still has on the demand side. Before we start, I'd just like to recap how the carbon cycle in general works, and most of you know that, but I think it's important to understand at which level which risks are embedded. And yeah, to start with, a project normally comes from an idea. People say, okay, we want to do a carbon mitigation project somewhere with a certain methodology, and the first document that is developed and delivered to a standard under which it will be registered can be Article 6.4, can be Vera, Gold Standard, or others. The first document is the project idea note. The project idea note is only a couple of pages. It's only a couple of pages describing the project, the idea behind it, the expected reductions that it will deliver, where it is located, how long it would take, and so on and so on. And this pin, we will, the project initiator will deliver to the standard. The standard will have a brief look at it and say, okay, looks fine, or you need some corrections, go ahead. It fits to the specific methodology under the standard, and you can go for the next level. This is normally done by a specialized company that carbon developers, carbon project advisors that have the knowledge how to handle the process between the project owner and the standard. The next document, and this is the main and central document, is the project design document. It's I mean, many of you are familiar with it. It can be 50 pages, it can be 150 pages. Depends on the complexity of the project, and especially on how complex the methodology is and what needs to be. I think that's me. I don't know why. Excuse me. Yeah, it's.
Are people getting in the room properly?
Yeah, so far it's my speaker is cut off. Okay, let's try again. No.
There are water drops somewhere.
Yeah, I've new entrance here in the Teams, but okay, we try again. Project design document. The project design document is describing in detail the project, and the project design document needs to be close to the methodology and especially the MRV requirements that are part of the methodology. So you have to describe how it works, a lot of formulas involved, and also how the CO2 or the greenhouse gas is avoided, and especially how your monitoring and verification will work. So this is central to the PDD. And what you do in the next step is, first of all, we come to this point in one of the next sessions. A very large portion of PDD is stakeholder engagement. That's quite important. You have to speak and include the people involved. The most typical example are indigenous people that do live in a region, but also others that are affected by it. And we had the example yesterday of a large wind project in Morocco. I was involved in that project, and I remember that in the early days it was straightforward. That's a wind project that's here in the mountains, very nice, lot of wind, this is a calculation. But then all of a sudden the community and stakeholder discussion started, and there were very strong requirements afterwards that it is not only wind, but it has to fulfill SDGs, much more than just providing renewable energy. And that meant for the initiator that at the end they have to dedicate a certain portion of the yearly returns of selling their power to the grid to supporting schools, to support trainings in that region, to get female workers involved, to provide employment and so on. So that's much more important than anything else, especially if I see my clients. The first thing they look at is how many SDGs are covered by the project. One word on SDGs, that's also important. There are requirements from certain standards, gold standard for example. They have a minimum of, I think, 3 SDGs that have to be fulfilled. But you can also go and put SDGs fulfillment into your PDD. So that at any time it is verified, the SDGs are verified as well. That gives even a bit more credibility to it. The flip side of this is that that costs additional fees to verify the SDGs, and the more SDGs, the more you pay every year to verify them. But this is also a good point or a good step for higher credibility. So then the validation comes. Validation just means that what you described in your PDD is in line with the methodology and with the MRV requirements. And this validation will be done by an independent third-party validator, designated operational entity, TÜV, SGS, DNV, usual suspects. Also a lot of discussions about VVB and their independency, which is also part of the integrity discussion we have. If this is positively validated, there will be a report of the validation to the standard, and then the standard decides on registration. Normally, depending on the complexity of the project, there's a bit of back and forth that you need to adjust certain points in the PDD and add something to it. That can take, as you see here, up to 3 years before a registration really finally takes place. Assuming the project is registered, then you can start to implement the project. So beforehand, it's like the same rules as asking for any subsidies or so. You can't sign any contract before you have the permission that the carbon project is registered. Normally, it's something in between. People, of course, they need some clue about how much it will cost. Will it be possible? What will be the problem if to build the project, and so on and so on. So you need certain pre-agreements with the final implementers of the project in advance, but nothing firmly that can be signed before registration. So then, after registration, implementation starts, and project hopefully is starting after a while, and then we jump into the phase of monitoring and verification. For some projects, it's quite easy. Take a renewable energy project, wind. You have a meter there. You see how much megawatt hours are produced at that site times the grid factor. So the fossil fuel-based portion of the electricity that is traded in that grid times the megawatt hours. That's the this is the number of CO2 that is avoided in the project. Looking at other projects, cook stoves, for example, very complex methodology and verification, because it's about, I mean, something about cook stove, it's quite important to understand. It's not that the people using cook stoves in a certain area are using fossil fuel-based fuels for running their cook stove. Some do, but that's the exception. They're using biomass. And cook stove projects, although they are named cook stove projects, are in fact avoided deforestation projects. So by using less biomass, you avoid taking down forests, and you avoid deforestation with a very large leakage issue involved, so that people move somewhere else and take the forestry residues or even fresh wood from those forests. But anyhow, some of these projects have more than 20,000 cook stoves running at the same time, so they are project of activities, and the core part of the monitoring and verification here is the statistical model that is used to prove that these cook stoves are really used and in a way that they are expected to be used, so that it's that is less biomass used for running those cook stoves. Normally it's between a third and sometimes a half less, and also the other positive effects on that people don't have to walk 3, 4, 5 hours per day to take care of the biomass supply. And this definitely requires complex statistical concepts. More and more IoT is also used with new cookstove projects. So there are sensors embedded in the cookstoves that send a signal if somebody's using it or not. But this doesn't really mean or does anything say about how much biomass is used there. So that's a very complex thing. Assuming it's positively verified by a third-party verifier, can be the validator, but it's better if these two are different. They send a certificate of verification to the standard, and this is the certificate we're talking about. It's one certificate with one number in it saying, okay, this amount of CO2 is avoided in that project throughout the last year. And then the standard is taking that certificate, putting it into the registry account of the project owner, and then you can cut it into pieces and sell it or transfer it to buyers that have a registry account as well, and they can use it for whatever they want to use it. So this is the process, and that will be repeated every year or every monitoring verification period, and issues credits to every of these periods. One thing about how much do these projects last? Normally, what you can do is you can claim for a 7-year period without any revalidation, and then you can renew it twice. So in total, it can become a lifetime of 21 years, or you can claim for 10 years, and then it's over after 10 years. So after that, the project may continue without generating certificates. That's up to you. So this is just a very brief, very overview look at how a carbon project works. But if you think about it, there are many areas that can go wrong, or that can be false information, and so on and so on. So now we're coming closer to the integrity principles, and there are two organizations in the voluntary carbon market that try to enhance credibility of carbon projects. There's one, the major one on the supply side. Its origin is the Task Force on Scaling Voluntary Carbon Markets, founded back in 2020 under the patronage of Mark Carney. At that time, he was a climate envoy, I think, of the British government. Now, 1 year ago, or 2 years ago, he became the Prime Minister of Canada, so he is still a big missionary of the climate problem. And I was also part of that task force, and very fast it was clear that if you want to support that market and scale it, you need integrity. And the first outcome of this task force was to initiate the Integrity Council, ICVCM, Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets. And the Integrity Council had 4 tasks. First one is to set a standard, a benchmark. They call it the Core Carbon Principles, CCPs. Ensure quality, promote transparency, and also define a roadmap for the future growth of that market. So that's the supply side. And then on the demand side, the major initiative is the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, VCMI, initiated, the main supporter back in 21 was the UK government. It's also interesting to see here the different approach of the Anglo-Saxon world compared to the mid-European, the Central European world, because the Anglo-Saxon world is more market-based, self-regulating. So this is a committee outside of any law or any legal requirements. The EU did completely different. The EU said, okay, we need a regulation, we need something that people believe in, and if you talk to people in Europe, yeah, most of them say, oh, there's only trust if there is a law behind it. Otherwise, it's not really working. The point is, once an initiative on the EU level or on a national level is initiated and is implemented, no one takes care anymore of it. It just moves on, and there is no self-regulating system or that people do ask, are we doing it the right way? Only if some lobbyists will raise their hands and said, okay, we have to do something about it. And that's a very slow process, but that's a thing of mindset. So it's not the state have to do it or the government has to do it rather than a self-regulating market-based body. Just that's only a side note here, but this is why the VCMI is more something Anglo-Saxon orientated. It's used in the UK, Canada, Australia, US, and the idea here is that companies and organizations make credible net zero aligned climate claims when using carbon credits. So using offsetting in the right way, and the VCMI developed a claims code of practice, how to use offsets and how to integrate them in your reporting, sustainability reporting. Okay, first have a look at the integrity principles under the Integrity Council of the Global Carbon Markets. It has, I mean, there's a lot of overlapping here, but what they do is they really defined it precisely, and I'll show you later how they work. They're really diving into it. But if you see here governance, emission impact, sustainable development, that can also come from CSRD reporting or IFRS, ISSB reporting. So the same topics, but with a much stronger focus on the emissions impact. So these are the main topics here. It's about robust, independent third-party validation, verification. It's about additionality. Permanence, very important, becomes much more important if we're talking about carbon removals. Robust quantification, no double counting, sustainable development, benefits and safeguards. So nothing really new, but interesting is the way ICVCM is looking at it. And if you see the way they do it is, they're not a rating agency. They are looking not at particular projects, they're looking at standards and they're looking at methodologies. So these are the standards that can apply for accreditation under ICVCM. You see here the major standards are already registered. Looking at gold standard, for example, it's interesting that they also have, is that here? Different levels. No, this will come with the methodology. Sorry. So you see, some are registered, some are not. They are eligible, but all the major ones, like VCS, like gold standard, and others, are already accepted. Others are still under consideration. The next step then is, and this is one example here, afforestation projects, one methodology. So far, 39 methodologies are accepted. And here you can see that it has a certain history. So looking, for example, at verified carbon standard. I took the afforestation reforestation methodology here. They started with VM0047 afforestation version 1.0, and this one has been approved but is still under board observation. So that means there are certain things that lie in the details that are not really fitting to the requirements of the CCP, and they are under supervision. But then they released a new version, the 1.1 version, and this has been approved and accepted without any limits. So there is also a kind of learning mechanism and give and take between ICVCM and the standards and methodologies that do apply. So it has an inherent kind of revocation process.
Marcus,
Yes.
question. In terms of development of new methodologies, have you seen anything innovative, significantly different than CDM methodologies?
Under the ICVCM?
Yeah.
No, so far they're just going through the.
Sorry, I'm told to repeat the question. The question was, it's Edgar Salinas from CAF, whether you have seen any significant different development of new methodologies under any of these emerging schemes that depart from the data set or the methodologies set by the CDM.
Yeah, no, so far only a handful of removal technologies, mainly biochar. That is new and it's under ICVCM. It's accepted, and but so far they're just going through the methodologies, and a lot of them have also been declined so far. The first one that has been accepted was again methane reduction. So that's the oldest one, and it's again the first one that has been accepted, but under very tight conditions. So they're also working close with the 6.4 supervisory board, so that it's not that far away. This is 6.4 supervisory board. That their decisions are not that far from what the supervisory board is deciding.
Yes, and similarly for the few ones already approved by the Paris Agreement creating mechanism compared with the ones of the CDM.
Sorry, say again.
And similarly to the point highlighted by Edgar, what's your opinion about the few ones already approved by the Paris Agreement creating mechanism compared with the ones of the CDM?
Yeah, they are a bit ahead. As I said, 39 methodologies. I think PACM only 5 or so. It's not that many, and they're still highly engaged in the discussions about which old CDM projects will be accepted, because this goes down to the bottom of the discussion about baselines, additionality, and so on. Yeah. But they are much faster. They're doing it now for the last 2.5 years or so. Yeah. Okay, I think we're running already out of time. Last thing I want to show, or not the last thing, just very briefly, is the VCMI claim. That's relatively easy to explain. You can apply for a carbon integrity certificate depending on how much of your outstanding emissions or non-avoidable emissions, that's the prerequisite, you are covering with offsets. So it's between 10 and 50% that's silver, 15 and 100% that's gold, and above 100% that's platinum. And you receive that medal and that certification from VCMI if you are, and that needs to be verified. That's very important. So it's nothing that you do on your own. So it needs to be verified, and then you receive these medals. I'm flipping this here as well. What is important as a parallel development are ratings. So we have a handful of major rating agencies difference between the integrity initiatives and the rating agency is that the rating agencies are looking at the project itself, and the only question they ask is, will this project deliver what is promised in the PDD? So it's about the number of CO2 or the volume of CO2 that will be reduced, avoided, removed, whatever, and also the SDGs. So this is what they're looking at, and they're using the known classification AAA to single D, and that shows the probability of the project delivering what it is promising. The major ones visible are B0 and Silvera, but there's also MSCI, for example, doing this analysis, and Calix Global, which is, I think, it's a French institution. So a rating, I think, is very advisable to obtain it, because if you want capital market experience investors looking at these kind of projects, it's becoming really chilly now. It's yeah, too cold. Yeah, please. Mike? Can you the air condition a bit less? Turn it down. It's very cold. Yeah.
So Marcus, what is your view of rating agencies in the carbon market space? There's been a lot of criticism surrounding the way they rate projects. A lot of it is based on perception. And I mean, a lot of the project developers I talk to seem to have the view that it's just a money-making thing. What is your view of it?
I mean, they are natural opponents, so to say. That's for sure. But I agree. I mean, I think, just to say it frankly, I mean, by using the methodology we know from the bond markets, by classifying AAA to single D, they're producing an impression that they have all the knowledge to judge it and to really to have an opinion about it. And capital market oriented investors look at it and they believe it. I think we have to accept it. They're part of the market, but they also need a constant revision and discussion between all participants. It can be very strict, especially if it comes to pricing. You see here the difference here is less, or is a third if it has the highest and the lowest rating, and very often it happened, and you're right, that projects did deliver, although they have a very low rating, and it's also important to understand what they really rate, and it's all between all the four of them. It's different. Slightly, but and as a buyer used to it, knowing your Standard & Poor's and Moody's rating, you think, okay, I know what they're doing, and if they say that it works that way, but it's not the case here. It needs to develop. Yeah. So, what are? Oh, sorry.
There is another one.
The rating of the project. Okay, thank you. Two questions. One, it's from the perspective of a development bank that we could be interested to reduce the uncertainty regarding a project. There could be some not good incentives from the project in order to have this kind of rating, because I mean the project can pay to a accredited entity for that. So that's one, I mean, the rating makes sense if the rule is clear for everybody. Otherwise, could be a negative incentive. And in the second question is, this is part of the regulation of the PACAM, or this is an incentive, or this is
that's
some
completely
kind of
independent. It's
okay,
outside.
it's the market. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
the
just
market.
to close
But,
the gaps.
You have
in
to
other words.
consider which position you take in a project. This is more for people that are not involved, that want to offset. They have a look at different projects. They do an RFPs, for example, and they get these projects offered from providers, from project owners. And this is the way to classify which project is worth to have a closer look, or even to purchase. If you are involved in the project, you are on the other side of the market. You should take care that the project get a rating, a good rating, and that you can sell it at a high price because everybody's interested in it. If you are involved, you don't need that. Not from a buyer perspective. From a seller perspective, yes. From a buyer's perspective, no.
Yes. Just to know whether we have a kind of standardized methodology into the rating agencies. Sometimes, at least I have seen that some projects evaluated by X have a different qualification than the ones evaluated by Y.
I know, yeah.
And that's a bit confusing when you are making decisions about what project actually has higher co-benefits and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, looking at bond market rating, you have the same deviations. I mean, Moody's is rating differently than Standard & Poor's does, but in general, if there is a downgrading or upgrading, they go in the same direction. So this is the only thing one can say. I can't say who is better or who is doing his job not that good. So it's difficult to say, but. They are there, and we have to consider what they are doing. I much more rely on the CCP ICVCM work because then finally a rating, it's up to you to decide, and a rating can be just one information. But if the core CARM principles for that methodology are not fulfilled, then it's out of any consideration. Yeah.
Well, you kind of hinted of about your opinion, but I was going to ask, as a facilitator and you that are involved into this process and follow the different developments, what's your opinion on this rating? Because the problem, and that is, I think, the underlying discussion that impacts the carbon markets, is that is verification on top of verification, and every new day you get a new standard or a new sort of certification, and in the end you have proliferation of standards and schemes that it gets very, very difficult between national, regulated, voluntary, score rating, and then the score rating. I'm pretty sure that they saw that it worked for ESG ratings, and that's working very good. And it's actually tied to the credit rating of many of the DFIs. But now you have this, and you say, well, I trust more other standards. But again, what do you think? Is this something that adds value, or you see it you're just one more initiative of the many?
I mean, it's an emerging market, so this is and it's in constant change and development over the last 20-25 years, and that's still the case. I think it's worth that we have it, especially to get liquidity providers involved. This is more that level, because they're classifying it to say, where is AA actually trading in carbon credits, and that has a certain price range. And I know the large trading companies like whatever Trafigura, Vitol, larger banks they're trading it on the basis of carbon ratings, but that doesn't mean that they necessarily have a strong view on these projects. It's just a matter of is it worth to buy it and sell it later on? So it's more to bring these capital market back people and traders involved, and it's good that they're there because that it brings them to the market and they provide liquidity. Okay?
Yeah, thank you very much. If there are questions, maybe we can also pick them up later because we have online a speaker from actually from Gold Standard, so that we see also a bit like a different perspective. So I would say a warm welcome to David Hines. Can you hear us, David?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, or depends where you are located. So for us, it's a morning. Good morning. So I think you were following already the session. You could see here that there are many questions. Also, I think some really critical one, which I think is important for discussions. So then I would hand over to you. Maybe you can start sharing. Do you have a presentation? Yeah, you have a presentation to share your screen. And then we would hand over the floors to yours. And also after your presentation, would like to take the chance to give the persons to ask questions.
That's all fine. Can I just ask what time we're finishing this session?
I think we had allocated about 50 minutes for your presentation and 50 minutes for your Q&A session. We delayed a bit, but I think it would be really important to have your input and also give the participants the time to ask. So,
very good. Okay, I have just a couple of slides. Let me get them.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, I have just a few slides, and I just have a few points that I'd like to share with you. Firstly, just a couple of words of introduction. Thank you to the organisers for inviting me and Gold Standard to address this event. My name is David Hines. I'm a senior manager here at Gold Standard, and in particular, I'm working on areas to do with government engagement and also our engagement with compliance markets, which I imagine you'll learn more about over the course of the next few days. And this includes CORSIA, the International Aviation Offsetting Scheme, but also various domestic carbon pricing instruments in which Gold Standard is recognized as an offsetting program. And I today basically just want to cover three things. So the first is just to tell you a little bit about Gold Standard, who we are, and also more broadly the role of independent standards within this market. Marcus gave a nice overview. I just wanted to add a few points. The second is, given that this session is about integrity, just a couple of things to share with you about how we are approaching this at Gold Standard, this question. And then the third thing to speak to you briefly about is a big bit of work we're currently undertaking, which is a process of aligning our whole standard with the Paris Agreement and its objectives. So those are the three things to discuss in like about 10 minutes or so. So firstly, who is Gold Standard? So we are one of the biggest independent crediting standards. So we're a certification body that is running the project cycle, which Marcus presented a little bit earlier. We're a little bit more than 20 years old. We were founded in 2003 by principally by WWF, but also by other international NGOs. And where Gold Standard actually came from originally was a feeling that the CDM was not strong enough in certain areas, in particular regarding sustainable development goal contributions. So our origin was actually as a labeling service. So basically, you would get a Gold Standard label which could be applied to CDM credits. They didn't exist as separate Gold Standard units, but over the years that changed, and we actually evolved into a fully fledged independent standard running our own crediting program. Just a couple of the numbers. So at the moment, we have about 4,500 projects, just a little bit less than that, located in 114 different countries. And we so far have 445 million, around that, verified emission reductions and removals. And just also reflecting on some of the presentation earlier, well, if you're sitting here as an independent standard in this market, particularly picking up the legacy of the CDM, but also PACM and what's going on there, I think one of the key roles that an organization like ours can play, but also others such as ratings agencies that have already been discussed, is the fact that we are able to move a little bit quicker than the UN mechanisms, and because of that, we are able to try different things, which actually can be quite challenging under the UNFCCC process. So I'll speak about it a little bit more in a moment, but that has certainly been the experience at Gold Standard over the years. So when we're thinking about integrity of a carbon project and the carbon credits that are issued to it, of course, the project cycle itself is foundational to that. On the left-hand side here, you have an overview of the Gold Standard project cycle. I'm not going to go over this. It should be pretty familiar to you already. All of the things that are circled in blue are standard steps of the project cycle, right? Like if you're developing an activity under the CDM or another of the more established crediting programs, you're going to go through these stages, which Marcus already mentioned. So I'm not going to go into these. Instead, I wanted to just briefly talk a little bit about some other steps, some of which have actually now become much more mainstream across the carbon market. This wasn't always the case. And these are some of the areas in which, as an independent standard, we feel and we hope we've been able to influence the market in a better direction. So if we go through 4 of them, so the first is that stakeholder consultation is a really essential part of the project planning process. So Marcus mentioned this already, but you can't get going without pretty extensive stakeholder consultations. And also for consultation to be not a one-off event, but there to be a continuous mechanism for feedback to be given from affected communities to the implementers of the project on the ground. In addition to this, what we had, which PACM has now adopted, but previously was just absent, was we also have safeguarding assessment. So this is the idea that it's not enough that the project does good stuff on the ground, that's assumed. It's also important that you do a proper assessment of where there may be risks and where there may be areas that it could cause harm, even inadvertently, and then also to identify how these could be mitigated. And so this safeguarding assessment is done at the outset, and then it is revisited at every verification event to make sure it's still relevant and that new risks haven't been identified, including through the mechanism of continuous feedback from communities. So that's the first bit, which is important to project integrity. The second, which again was already mentioned, at least at Gold Standard, what we believe is that the projects need to make multiple contributions towards sustainable development goals. So if you're developing an activity here, there needs to be a minimum contribution towards 3, which includes SDG 13, which is climate action. So we assume, of course, all projects will contribute towards that. So there needs to be at least another 2. But in practice, many of the activities that are developed under Gold Standard have many more. They could have 5, 6, 7, or more than that even. And these are identified at the outset. You set KPIs basically for them. And then once again, alongside the carbon benefits, these are also monitored and then verified throughout the project lifetime. We also recently moved to, I think it was last year or the year before, we've moved to a slightly different system whereby we run the regular process of external validation and verification, but then we also run a separate process parallel to that, which is an external independent review of the validator and the verifying body's work. So all validation and verification reports basically are double-checked, which both provides an additional level of assurance on the third-party review, but also serves as a means by which we can identify shortcomings in the VVB performance. So then we can structure our training and make sure that we are getting good performance out of VVBs. And the final bit, which is a little bit difficult sometimes to describe, but actually, I mean, integrity, often we focus, on particular projects, but you need a whole system of governance and operational procedures which are relevant to making sure that the projects that are actually certified have good integrity. And this is something, of course, that the organization like the ICVCM is looking at, because they also assess programs and program governance and things like that. So it's quite a big topic, and it's not much discussed actually in these discussions of like ratings agencies, but the way that the standard is actually structured is also important. So as I mentioned, things like continuous training for VVBs, but it's also the ways in which technical decisions are made. So decisions that could actually influence issuance volumes and methodology approval. So you need quite robust governance around that, and also conflict of interest policies. So there's quite a lot wrapped up in that, but that's also for us another key element of integrity in accrediting standard. One thing that wasn't touched upon so much, at least in the session before, is the impact of the Paris Agreement. So the Paris Agreement, and also more specifically Article 6 within the Paris Agreement, actually introduced a number of quite substantial changes when you compare it to what went before under the CDM. And a lot of these actually take place not at the program level, but more at the methodology and standard level. And so it was some years ago actually already that Gold Standard voluntarily committed to align with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. That process began properly last year, and as of 2026, all credits will be issued to revised methodologies, which will be Paris aligned. So you may be asking, what does that mean for something to be Paris aligned? And I include here just a couple of examples. So these are some of the biggest areas of change, actually. So the first is that the baseline, so this is how you're calculating your emissions reductions, now has to be explicitly below business as usual. So you can't just credit at projected levels or historic levels. You have to credit at a lower level, which is coupled with the fact that the baseline itself now has to fall over time. And this is basically reflecting the objectives of the Paris Agreement, which is that we reach net zero by mid-century, which means that logically you cannot be generating emission reductions well into the second half of this century if we're to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. So the baselines themselves have to fall. We also have more stringent baseline scenarios. So basically, this is where you're identifying what would have happened. It's more strict. Basically, this was introduced under PACM and has also been replicated under Gold Standard. The stricter demonstration of additionalities. This is making sure that the activity wouldn't have happened anyway. We have explicit check and demonstration that whatever the intervention is for your project, it's not locking in carbon intensive technologies, which would be incompatible with the Paris Agreement goals. And we have more comprehensive leakage coverage. So typically previously the scope of the emissions that you're actually covering is quite focused on the individual activity itself. But if you look at the new methodologies, actually they are more comprehensive in the emissions which they are expecting the project to account for. I think that's the last one. I just wanted to say that this is actually, it's a couple of bullet points on a slide, but it's a pretty big change actually from a methodological perspective. And so we've released the first batch of Paris aligned methodologies. PACM, of course, is also producing methodologies. We hope to have probably about 15 or so out this year. But for us, this is very closely tied to the question of project integrity, because ultimately I think probably the single most important thing is that to make sure that the accounting is accurate, right? Like that a ton reduced or removed is actually 1 ton. And that's done at the methodology level. So getting the methodologies right is really important. And for us, this process of Paris alignment is really essential as we head into the second half of this decade, but also from the 2030s onwards, to make sure that carbon projects actually contribute towards host countries' NDC targets. So that's it from me. Just a quick overview. Yeah. And I'm happy to answer any questions and also talk about like Article 6 stuff we're doing or Corsair or offer some perspectives on ICPCM and things like that. People will be interested.
Hi.
Should be, otherwise it change. Maybe shortly say you are.
Yeah, of course. Hi, David. Edgar Salinas from Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for the presentation. Oh, it's too bad that you put down the presentation. It would have been nice to keep it on the Paris alignment requirements. But it doesn't matter.
I'll put it back.
I can go ahead. Quite interesting developments under that Paris alignment approach, and I wanted to ask, of course, if you're aware of the implications. One is whether that, let's call it compliance with the net zero, has any time frame. Article 4 of the Paris Agreement speaks of reducing emissions. It's going to take longer in developing countries, and it should happen in the second half of the century. Then that IPCC special report in Glasgow came in and made it to 2050 for everybody. So it's just to know if you know whether that net zero has any time frame that is adjusted for regions and developing countries. Also, similarly, the no carbon lock-in, there's a huge discussion on carbon lock-in because it seems that in the opinion of some people, carbon lock-in is assessed at the level of the asset, whereas in fact, carbon lock-in should be assessed or evaluated at the wide economy level. So because it may so happen that, let's say you have a cogeneration natural gas a system get in line, and you're gonna punish it with the carbon lock-in requirements. But it may so happen that the grid is clean. There is a huge compensation on the side of affluent reforestation. So also to know, or if you could share what's your view on that carbon lock-in requirement. And all in all, it sounds very, very complicated. The third point, more stringent baseline scenarios, which is kind of the same as a below a business as usual scenario. The first one and the third one are in my opinion, sounds pretty much the same. Thank you.
Yeah, one sec. Yeah, okay, let me take these. So the first one, in terms of net zero, it's derived from whatever the country's net zero target is. So it's not imposed by gold standard. Like we take whatever the country, so if it's 2050 or 2060, and you basically just do a linear reduction factor of the baseline out from 2021 when the Paris Agreement kicked in through to that point. So that basically determines it. So it's quite like arithmetic. And there's no value judgments from gold standard. It's just making sure that basically if you don't do that, then you risk the project not being in line with the wider net zero. So yeah, we're not kind of involved in the debate about a developing country. It's host country determined. We just want to make sure it's consistent with what the host country has actually said. The point about carbon lock-in is interesting. I think probably the thing to bear in mind is that as the carbon markets, generally speaking, and also, I mean, certainly for us at Gold Standard, much as we would love to operate at like a much higher sectoral policy level where you might be able to aggregate different interventions, the reality is that we deal with assets or individual projects, where actually you can only assess carbon lock-in from the perspective of the project that you're developing. And when it becomes a little bit easier actually to do it, because it's normally quite simple to see if you're locking in or not. I would say some of the interventions, for instance, around like LPG cooking technology, that's an interesting case where it comes through to actually maybe it is in line with the host country strategy, and then you get into things like, well, actually, what's the technical lifetime of the actual technology itself? Because if it's say 5 or 7 years, then actually the lock-in risk then falls, at least with regards to a Paris consistent trajectory. But generally speaking, like anything which is locking in fossil fuels on a longer term basis is not going to pass the assessment, and it's not going to be able to be credited both under gold standard but also under PACM. And the third one, which is, so the top three are all related in terms of below business as usual baselines, baselines falling in line with net zero and stringent baseline scenarios. In terms of the third one, basically all it's really saying is that PACM introduced 3 different approaches compared to what was under the CDM, which was basically what all programs were using. So you can either have a performance-based standard, best available technology, or historical emissions, but you adjust them downward to basically increase ambition or increase conservativeness. So those are the 3 more stringent baseline scenarios compared to what was actually chosen under the CDM often. So it relates to the first 2, but it's slightly a distinct thing as well. I hope that answered your question so far.
Thank you a lot. Just wanted to make sure that I hear correctly.
Yeah.
You said that carbon lock-in is also applied to LPG for cooking, because I don't know, coming from the gold standard that advocates in favor of the SDGs, you may have SDGs related to hunger, access to energy, and then you hammer that requirement on communities to demonstrate that there is no carbon lock-in for cooking purposes?
No, I mean, but I'm just saying about the technologies. I mean, it's implemented basically, when we're thinking about carbon locking, we're just thinking about which technology is being implemented. And I mean, I gave that example to basically say, often, I think for cooking technologies, if it is LPG, the lock-in assessment is also thinking about how long if I buy this technology now, how long is it going to be in operation for? So like if you're building a fossil fuel power generation now, it's going to be in operation for decades. Like there's a high lock-in risk, right? With some of the cooking technologies, the technical lifetime of the technology is much shorter, right? So all I meant to say by that is the fact that when you're thinking about lock-in, it's also to do with technology type and how long you'll be expecting to be using it.
David, thank you for the presentation. And what about for the leadership in updating the methodologies to the Paris alignment? I think that's very good for the voluntary carbon market, the example. I just would like to know what has been the involvement of the stakeholders, particularly the project developers, and the validation and verification bodies in the alignment process from the financial point of view, because just analyzing the new challenges, the level of assessment and so on, the first question from the financial point of view is how much will it cost the implementation of a project, the periodic verifications in a framework of weak funds for climate action, geopolitical pressure, and so on. So just to understand a little bit that point of view and where those stakeholders were included in the process.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, a little bit what I mentioned on governance, we can't have standard changes without it being public and there being stakeholder input and public consultation. So everything we've done has undergone public consultation. And of course, one of our biggest stakeholders are the project developers who use gold standard. So they have been fully aware of the process and the updates and have fed in. We've received lots of feedback on all of the standard changes. In terms of the costs, you have basically 2 different types of costs. So one is basically one-off costs to do with revalidation, essentially, against a revised methodology. And I mean, there will be some extra cost, but over the whole lifetime of a project, particularly if it goes for a 15-year crediting period, it's not going to be a huge additional amount. Also, the way we've done it is we've allowed it to be combined with a regular verification event. So you don't have to go for a separate standalone validation. You can wrap it up into an existing verification that you were planning. The other cost, though, is the fact that what you'll see under Packham and what you'll see under Gold Standard as well is the fact that the methodological changes, on balance, overall, will just reduce the amount of credits that are issued because the methodologies are just becoming more conservative. And in our view, that's necessary. But of course, if you have a project, that means if you can generate fewer credits, you have to sell the remaining credits for a higher price to make the same amount of money. That is just a reality. And I mean, our view at Gold Standard is basically that this is the future of the market and that Paris-aligned credits will be recognized. And our project developers will be able to talk to buyers. Voluntary, but also I think increasingly compliance, because I think host countries who are hosting these projects are going to want to see Paris alignment in the activities that they have. And that will be reflected in the price. So yeah, there are two different cost components to this.
David, it's Marcus here. Thanks for the presentation and for confirming what I presented before. I have a simple question. What is going to be, from a, let's say, competitor point of view, what is your USP now as Gold Standard towards others? Because if all your methodologies and everything is Article 6 compliant, you can also go for 6.4 accreditation rather than Gold Standard. Because I know my clients prefer Gold Standard towards Vera and also Packham because of additional requirements that go back to the old CDM approach, being the gold standard of CDM projects.
The first thing to say is we've not replicated Packham. We've worked backwards from what the requirements are under both Article 6.2 and Article 6.4, and we've seen about how we can implement them. There are some areas in which, like for instance, those three baseline approaches where we've taken the Packham approach, but there are others where we haven't, which is why we talk about Paris Agreement alignment rather than Packham alignment. So from our perspective, we think it's really important for the market to have at least one other Paris-aligned standard, right? Because one of the key roles of the independent standards has been to innovate and to do things differently than just what the CDM did. So for us, we think it's great to be able to demonstrate, okay, here's how Paris alignment can be delivered, which is not just Packham. And then it gives project developers also a different option. But it builds upon the foundation of everything that was already there within the Gold Standard. So, I mean, if you're a project developer that was attracted to the Gold Standard for whatever reason in past years, everything that was there still remains. But for us, the credits themselves from 2026, it's important that we can say that they are Paris aligned. And so that will become an additional add-on, maybe I can say, for project developers who are thinking about Gold Standard.
So at least not worse than Paris. Better is no problem.
Better, I would say.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much. Are there other questions from someone from the room? Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Rizlan from Caisse de dépôt de gestion Morocco. So my question is about the assurance. So we have the certification of Gold Standard for the first time. So should the projects be assured each year to ensure that the reporting is really in line with what our predictions, or it's something which is done once, one shot?
Is this for a Gold Standard activity in Morocco?
Yeah.
Yeah. So validation is at the beginning, and then thereafter you move to verification. Verification, it doesn't happen. I mean, it could if the project developer wanted to, but it doesn't normally happen every year. Normally, it would probably happen every 2 years-ish. There are some requirements about the minimum amount of times you need to be verified during a 5-year crediting period. And then when you get to the end of 5 years, you'll have to go through a re-verification if you wish for another 5 years. So the answer to your question is it doesn't have to be done annually. What does have to be done annually is the project developer has to submit to us what's called an annual report, which basically updates us as the standard on everything that's gone on the activity. But that's not verified independently. Thank you. It is publicly available, though. You can find it on the website.
Hi, it's Mohammed from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Just a quick question around in your engagement with public development banks that have environmental social safeguard standards that are, let's say, IFC aligned. To what extent are those standards, meeting some of the requirements of the gold standard? I understand maybe there are very specifics around, the climate elements that could be added. I'm just thinking from a cost perspective and, what already exists within the PDB environment. Can they leverage on existing ESSS standards that could meet at least, 80% of the gold standard requirements?
It's a great question, which I don't know the answer to. I guess I also don't know enough about the world of the public development banks and your own requirements. So I couldn't say, sorry.
Yeah, thanks very much for your presentation. If there are not any questions, thanks also for your patience, and it was really interesting for us to have you here. And then, yes, and as usually we have uploaded the presentation where you find also the contact details in case you have further questions. Yeah, thank you very much, David.
Super. Enjoy the rest of your training.
Good. So then we earned our first coffee break. So we are meeting back in 15 minutes. I think you know everyone where coffee is, where the bathrooms are. So enjoy. So the next session now, as you can see, is now really building on. It's about carbon project screening, additionality, and baseline credibility. And we will start first with like an input presentation by Marcus, and afterwards we would like to take the time to make a bit of an exercise, also to ensure that you are not kind of falling asleep with the jet lag. So with this, I would hand over to Marcus for this sharing the screen, sorry. And the ones who have not signed,
that's a good one.
Yeah. The ones who have not signed, we have still the list for the participation at the back of the room. So please sign in case you have not done until now.
So good to know that my share is screened. Yeah, additionality and baseline. This is a subject that is inherently everywhere, and what we discussed here over the last 1.5 days is touching this subject all the time. I can imagine that you have all experience with the additionality and also the corresponding baseline that is set. We remember that the main discussion started back in, when was it, 2008, 2009, about HFC 23 projects that were projects, industrial gases, very high global warming potential, above 20,000. And there were projects in China and elsewhere that were raising their production just to produce more HFC 23, and then in the next step to reduce that. And then people start to ask questions, and the marginal abatement costs for these projects were 10 cents or so, and they were selling at 5 or 7 euros a ton, and many people got rich from that. But that is one of the major obstacles that CDM was started to carry, and that was also with other gases the case, and that's caused the EU, for example, not to allow CRs anymore for the emission trading scheme. This is long ago, and we then definitely had overcome that. And I want to give you now a very brief insight into what the additionality and baseline discussion is about, and hopefully can contribute to a better understanding. So the basic concepts of additionality and the most contested ones, and that are still also used, are the questions, or the main question is a project is additional if it would not have happened without carbon revenues? Sounds simple, but in detail it's a universe. So first of all, this financial additionality question, which is relatively easy to explain and also to calculate. It's about IRR of a project without revenues of carbon credits compared to, and this is where the crucial point lies, against an IRR that is normally, or that is normal for this kind of project or project risk. And if the return of the carbon credits come on top, this return is higher, or the IRR is higher than the regular IRR benchmark for this kind of projects, and it will pass this additionality barrier. Second one, it's about regulatory and legal questions. So is there any law or regulation that requires this kind of project anyway? Sounds easy. So you look at the local law. I'll give you one example where this has been eliminated. There is a standard that is called Waldklimastandard. This is a local standard from Germany and also applied to some countries in Central Europe. And it's about afforestation. And in Germany, it's the law that when your forest is damaged, destroyed, beetle, whoever did it, drought, you are obliged as an owner to reforest this land. So there's no way around it. It's an objective forced by law. But the problem is that only 10% of what needs to be reforested is really reforested, because most of the owners are not very. This is very capital intensive, and they have simply no money. Small forest owners, heritage in many ways, and so on, and they implemented an argumentation saying the target per year of reforestation in Germany is 100,000 hectares. The real number is 10,000 hectares. So as long as we are below 100,000 hectares, everything on top is additional. Think about it. And it works, and it's accepted, because, I mean, what is an obligation by law if it's far away from reality? And then yes, you ask yourself, is it additional or is it not additional? It is additional, because otherwise most of these forests will not be reforested. And extra financial additionality?
Not only on the financial side, but in terms of impact,
on
environmental and social impact, co-benefits.
Yeah, okay.
So because here you are just talking about the financial additionality.
Yeah, co-benefits are co-benefits. We're just talking about the core purpose of that project, and this is about reducing CO2, and this is where it is measured. I mean, there are other requirements in methodologies that do require SDGs, but it doesn't have to do with additionality. No.
Marcus, thank you. Marcus, one question. These three approaches that we have in the screen regarding the additionality, those are the typical approaches that for the CDM. Coming from the CDM.
Yeah, this coming from the CDM, but it's still.
What is the difference with the PACAM today? With the
it's nice that the discussion already starts at the first slide here. That shows what the discussion is. Yeah, I mean, I will show later which the development from CDM to Peckham and where it is ended up. And but this needs to be fulfilled also under Peckham, because if there's a regulatory requirement, there is no additionality at all. Or you can argue, like the example I mentioned, that there is additionality, although there's a regulatory requirement. And the same is common practice. This is the most contested one because it depends on the region and on the technology. And this is very highly discussed. How can this affect public development bank by looking at an engagement in a project? First of all, if you start the process also to go for an LOA and corresponding adjustment might already be initiated, and this project is not additional, you're running the risk of reversal of these engagements. Costs a lot of money, a lot of time talking to the governments, and so on and so on. So there is a certain risk of reversal of already initiated initiated actions. Additionality improvement should stand at the beginning of a project and beginning of writing a PDD. And you should talk to experts or contact via the PIN, the standard already in advance to at least get an idea. It's like applying for a building permit. You will not start building something without asking the relevant authorities if they at the end will give a permit. So it's a kind of pre-allowance. The second one is here. Which baseline is set. So that's an interesting relation, because the more stringent the baselines are, the less credits are issued and the higher the prices have to be, because there's less issuance, not like HSC 23. So that also needs to be considered and also digested by the buyers, and it's really already happening that for good and credible, also nature-based projects, pricing is going more in the direction of 20-30 euros per ton, which was impossible a couple of years ago. They were trading well below 10. And this is an interaction that needs to be considered. Do you find somebody who will buy those credits? If it's not yourself, because credibility means higher prices. And the third effect here on your business can be the reputational risk involved, because if you get engaged in a project that finally has that kind of issue, it's you who will suffer. And here it's more about acting as a buyer. Christine, there's a question. The buyer perspective, because many names occurred in these Guardian articles about offsetting their emissions by false credits, and then the whole discussion started. So you can't only blame it on the initiators, also the buyers get involved.
Hi, Marcus. I sense that you don't like the interruptions, but just to make it more interesting, so it doesn't become a monologue, you started explaining the cases of these installations in China. I personally verified a similar case in Mexico, where that plan in that company was at the point of a bankruptcy, and because of the credits, they went from the red to the green in terms of the numbers. So very interesting case. And I was also, I don't know if you know Lambert Schneider. We used to discuss.
Yeah, of course, all know Lambert Schneider.
I was with
the second name is additionality. Yeah.
I was a part of the panel at the time, and so that was we were trying to restrain and refrain the problems with HFC 23 from the methodologies panel. But I think seeing it as a more like a bigger a reflection, can you share perhaps experiences of these windfall cases? Because from CAF, we are putting together a package of technical assistance for development of let's say, regulated carbon markets in Latin America. There are some countries that are quite advanced with legislation, etc. And I think learning from the mistakes of the European trading scheme, that could also be very helpful for us and for this training. So in terms of a windfall, let's say gains, unexpected gains in the system, we had the case of overlapping taxes, the VAT and selling allowances across countries, and also the crisis in 2008 when you had allowances from the prior years, and then there was an excess of allowances, and then the how to say, the price dropped, and that's why I think now the intervention is perhaps the right time, because you're speaking of prices and market conditions. What would be, let's call it, your advice for countries that want to put new mechanisms, that want to promote this type of market mechanisms in light of those experiences that the EU had to go through and learn it the hard way?
Yeah, I see your point. I mean, I was explaining yesterday in more detail the functioning of the market stability reserve in the EU emission trading scheme. And the market stability reserve exactly on a broad basis touching that point. If production levels going higher, also emissions going higher, and then you can reduce more. And this is the same more or less with the emission trading scheme. If economic activity is going down, there's a lot of spare allowances flying around, and this is pushing prices down, and you need a correction for that in both directions. And this has never been applied on a baseline, in the baseline and credit approach, or any NDC approach. Not a market stability reserve, but a factor that is considering additional product output, because that automatically in many project means that there are higher emissions, and if you reduce that to a baseline that is a benchmark baseline, for example, then you can reduce more because you produce more, but the emissions are higher, and that should not happen. And this is something that Axel Michailova wrote a paper about it, and he is trying to introduce something he's called the ambition coefficient, meaning that emissions have to go down anyway without considering any higher product output or any higher growth of that country, and also of any particular activity. So yeah, he's applying. This is here in some keywords here in my presentation, and this is definitely a challenging point. So we just digging deeper and deeper, and that was already known by the HFC 23 producers. They said, okay, let's raise the product output. We can immediately destroy it. No one needs it, but we have more HFC 23 produced then and can reduce it, because technology was quite easy to apply. And that needs to be that in many areas it was stopped already, but the problem reoccurs on an NDC level, because this is more or less the cap that is defined, and but assuming it is an absolute level. If it's relative, there are many countries like China, they have relative levels, so per GDP or per capital or whatever, and then it's dynamic, but not in the right direction. But that needs to be definitely considered, how to handle the available volume if the activity in that country is changing. No. So how was the historic development from CDM to Article 6.4? The most common test was the barrier test. I mean, that was very, very common and very easy to argue, and that, as Mikhailova said, 1/3 were non-additional, but he also said that it's less. It's getting less and less, and now we're talking about probably a quarter or so. That projects that were non-additional just because of that test approach, and there were also DOEs. I mean, I don't know if you are familiar with what an auditor really does, because many often you buy a product and it says it's audited by TÜV or SGS or something, and then you think, they know what they're doing. But what an auditor is doing is, you said, this is my government's, my policy, and this is a product. Please compare that this product is in line with my governance. But they're not talking about the governance itself. They don't care. You can write, with every product of this, 10 children have to be killed. And then they said, yeah, that works, of course, we sign it. Yeah. So this is what auditors do. They don't have to care about the quality of what they are proving. They should have raised their hands and said, okay, look, something's wrong here. But at least that's not their task. I mean, it's not what they stand for. They compare one paper with the other and say, okay, this is in line. That's it.
Yes, I have to hardly disagree this time. I was validator and verifier several years of my life. And the accreditation standards that the validation and verification bodies have to comply are very stringent in terms of competence, human resources, management of the validation and verification body, and also we have sectoral scopes and technical areas. And depending the kind of project is allocated the audit team for the conformity assessment of the project. So it's quite easy to say that it's just comparing X and Y, but all that we have behind for the conformity assessment of a project is quite complex. And also you are coping with the funds for the validation, because sometimes it's just 1 day or 2 days for a full assessment of information, project design document, validation report, monitoring report, spreadsheets, and so on. So it's a complex exercise, and also it depends the kind of project you are verifying. Renewable energy, like you said, easy. Energy generation, combined margin emission factor of a power system, but biogas, RED Plus, energy efficiency, and so on, that implies several elements. So I would suggest to revisit the conclusion, because it's a complex process, and now will become a bit more complex with the Article 6, because now you need to check downward baselines, co-benefits positively and negatively affecting the project, and so on. So it's a big deal. And, one of the validation and verification bodies I used to support was TÜV Nord.
I mean, I didn't say that you do not look left and right, but it was not your task to do this. I mean, you did not ask the question if the methodology is right, that you have to audit. I mean, you take the methodology from the standard, compare it with the project, and then you see, okay, there's the deviation, this is in compliance, and so on. You don't look behind it, because it was not your task. I mean, I hope that if one of the methodologies is your 10 children have to die, I mean, then you ask a moral question, of course. Why am I? Yeah.
I also would like to mention that if you analyze the cases of lack of integrity in the carbon markets, almost all them were in the RED Plus sector. But if you analyze technology-based solutions, renewable energy, energy efficiency, waste management, transportation sector, fugitive emissions reduction, you don't have any concern. Anybody said the baseline was overestimated, the MRB wasn't correctly followed. The only concerns that we had in the voluntary carbon market, they resulted from the RED Plus projects. And in that kind of projects, I would say, of course, a lot of problems in all the elements of the carbon cycle procedure, the development of the PDD, the validation, the verification, and so on. But in technology-based solutions, almost no concerns were raised.
Maybe just to complement what Christian was saying is that, in fact, we talk a lot about the projects that are not good. For example, N2O in China for road. It was a French company, in fact, Rodia, bought from sold to Solvay now, but at the time it was a French company. But the fact is that these projects are, I mean, we are different kind of project. In fact, different type of. We cannot. It's easy, for example, in energy. Or some what you said, Christian, about this technology that are quite easy, which represent the majority of the project in developing countries, in fact. And we have those specific one, like when we have these very specific chemicals, like N2O and other, you know, what are the global and HDFC and those 4 or 6 nasty products. When they are there, I think it's very complex. And we have also the problem in mobility for transportation. It's also a very difficult sector to address. And I think that we lose a lot of time focusing on those quite, I would say marginal, because transportation is important, but in terms of priority, I think we are quite well equipped to address those who are important for at the same time climates and development, like energy or energy efficiency, and the rest. I mean, the component, the development component on one project on HDFC or N2O is very low, in fact. So, as public development banks, we need maybe to focus on those projects that are having a very, because it's our mandate, and not to lose too much time on other that's for which the components of development is not that obvious.
Okay, so already 25 minutes gone. We just want to pinpoint here on the major developments and differentials here. I mentioned this ambition coefficient. I just wanted to raise your attention to it. There's a paper back from 2022. It's mentioned here, the sources. Michailova and we was just touching that issue, that the reductions are not corrected to any intensity-based baseline. So that is the major issue here. Coming back to Peckham, 3 criteria are left. We have, first of all, the first proof needs to be, does it exceed any legal requirements? So if you fulfill the requirements is one thing, but you can also go into projects that do fulfill it, but you have to exceed it then. The second one that has in the past never really been fairly handled is the problem of the lock-in risk, because now the main cap and the main target is to reach net zero, and that net zero means that we cannot lock in any technology that is there for the next 30, 35 years if we're looking to be net zero at 2050. So that needs to be in line. And the third one is the most common one. It's with the reduction would not occur without mechanism incentives. So that whatever that means. So lock-in is no longer implicit and must be demonstrated. If it referring to the ICVCM, which is also taking a very strong view on additionality, I'd like to mention one thing that we didn't touch here so far, but it's a nice instrument. These are ex-ante credits. Ex-ante credits sound like they are real credits. They are not, they are options. That means you're buying an option on an ex-post verified credit just to pre-finance that project. But if we're talking about compensation claims or contribution claims, you can use ex-ante credits already for your contribution claim. Later on, then you are not allowed to use it again as a compliance tool, but you can mention it and say, look, we did this 2 years ago, 3 years ago, bought some credits for reforestation in advance, and then after 3 years is too early, like 7 years, you can say, okay, now it materializes and we have the real verified reduction or removal now in that forest occurring, and that has been turned into ex-post credits. There's some decent activity going on using these as ante credits as a financial tool, but as a compliance tool, which goes a bit too far, but as a really credible tool, of course, that's not possible. Okay, skip this. Maybe we just have a brief look at concrete methodologies, and you can see where the additionality risks are. And this confirms what you said, REDD+ and forestry. Christian here stands at the top of risk. What are the main issues? A REDD project is structured in a way that is assuming an activity that should have happened without the protection of this area. But that needs a reference. The reference, what is the reference? What otherwise have been would have happened if the protection was not there? So, and the main discussion point is between the reference area and the area that is protected. And what we see here on TV, if it comes to this kind of projects, mostly in some consumer TVs, documentations and so on, is that, or put it that way, what is normally happening if a REDD project is not there? We had one project in Amazon region, and there was this Pacific Atlantic highway has been built, and it was extended through very ancient Amazon jungle area, and it was known that once the highway is there, people start to move and try to settle to the left and the right of this highway. And these people that rely on this kind of settlement are the poorest farmers in the world. They have to move every 3 years because what they chop down is only for the next 3 years or so that the soil is really producing something, and then have to move somewhere else. But there's nothing new growing there automatically later on. So it's devastated, and they move to the next area. And as long as they are connected to that highway, they can move. And what we see then in these TV documentation is that They show a poor farmer with 5 children and just a little field in the back and said, they're taking away my field. I have to feed my children here. I'm so poor. What can I do about it? And people say, and RWE in Germany is buying credits and is killing that family because they don't allow them to settle there. So what is the problem? Of course he's right, but he's the problem. That's the point. So the government has to take care that these people get an income, a valuable income, and to protect these areas solely doesn't help because they move somewhere else. So the leakage is inherited in this kind of project, and that needs to be solved. And this is why they still have this high risk ranking, because leakage simply, from a human perspective, can't be excluded. They need to feed their 5 children, and they need to move somewhere else. Yeah, and of course there are a lot of discussions here about the models that are backing these kind of projects, but that can't be solved at a university. It must be solved on a government level, that they have to take care of these people.
Yeah, okay. No, I find it interesting that the position you have in the TV documentary, and to say that is the farmer's fault. And
no, it's not the farmer's fault.
Hold on. It could be biased. I don't know what documentary and how reliable it was, but if we consider those livelihoods as leakage, do we question that activity, or do we question a mechanism that was created, let's say, by technocrats without considering in attempting to solve social constraints by means of market mechanisms where you have transactions happening high above the ground? And so I think we could also question the legitimacy of the mechanisms that we create that don't consider those potential instances where you're going to have tension between buyers and transactions and consultants and the poor farmer in the middle.
But the problem lies much earlier in the process. I mean, if you build a highway straight through the jungle, why are you doing this? I mean, it's not like that you come from A to B. You want to develop the whole area around it, because people move on that highway. Of course they do. And if you just build the highway, and but the jungle will persist. No, it won't, because these people will occur. Not talking about owner rights and something like that. I mean, this is a completely different story. But if you build such a highway, you have to make sure that on the left and right side of that highway, something is happening that makes sense. So you have to protect the forest, but give the farmers also an alternative how to make their living. I mean, that's and this is not. I mean, only the road will produce more problems than before.
It sounds more like we can have a beer and keep debating with each other. But again, it's like you have the road, you have authorities, you have regulations, you have livelihoods, you have a society, a system there, and let's not put the blame on the government or in the livelihoods without understanding that a mechanism was created that triggered transactions on the basis of those systems. So it's like we put the blame on the government, we put the blame on the activities, but we turn the eye away from the mechanism that was created, let's say, many years after those activities and those governments that were there. It's like we have to see the picture completely.
The documentaries I mentioned here are I mean, to mention that is a bit provocative, because they're using pictures and show these poor farmers and no real idea or what is behind it, because nobody will understand it anyhow. That's also a big issue. But in general, it's not wrong to protect the forest. The question is, does it make sense to protect the forest? And the solution lies in nesting, but that has to be taken seriously by the government that owns the forest and is committing to its protection. Because the leakage will occur somewhere else for sure, but if you nest it, it's part of your NDC, and then you can show whether it works or not.
Yeah, if I may just add from the Brazilian perspective, and please, I believe that Marta is here, if you want to add. Okay. But what we are trying to do regarding forests, actually have different ways to move forward. So, of course, REDD+ is a big challenge. Reforestation is much easier to prove additionality.
Mm.
So what we're trying to do is to foster big reforestation projects, and there is a lot of challenges because it's a project finance and when we talk about Brazilian case, we have 100 million hectares to reforestate of degraded land. So
yeah.
So what we're trying to do is to move in different dimensions as a whole. So first, we have a big discussion in the country about, we have subsidies for credit, subsidized credit for, and tax incentives for producers. So we're trying to link these incentives with satellite images to understand how this land was turned into pasture or farm. And we are discussing right now which date is correct date to be considered, but we are going back like 7-8 years to avoid any kind of wrong incentive regarding tax incentives. So we're trying to do that. We are also trying to work on concessions, and that would be REDD+, but concessions in what we call the deforestation arc. So we have an arc of deforestation, and we're trying to foster concessions in that arc so that we can, it's easier to prove additionality. In Brazil, it's the huge arc, and there are several states in what we call arc of deforestation. That's around the Amazon forest. So we're trying to foster concessions there. They have both reforestation areas, but also maintenance areas, REDD+ areas. But it's made by the public government, and so the area goes through a concession structure. And so we're trying to work on different to work through reforestation. We are also trying to foster how can we deal with our degraded land to keep it more productive and avoid other deforestation pressures. But when we go to degraded land and to agriculture, we face I believe the global problem that we don't have any taxonomy to how we aggregate carbon in the soil through intensive agriculture or integrated systems.
There's a lack of methodologies, right?
Yeah, there's a lack of global methodology because it's not a big problem for most of the countries. I see a colleague from Indonesia, maybe we can discuss, because there are only a few countries that have this kind of problem. So, and it's something that we really must discuss if we want to reforestate and recover big amounts of land. So that's what I would add.
Thank you.
Yes, just to mention that a similar risk is about to happen in biodiversity credits, another environmental asset that is growing. The ones trying to get carbon credits in the REDD+ realize that the climate community and biodiversity opportunity could be translated to the biodiversity credits. And now you can find biodiversity credits without any fungibility, with a clear understanding of the methodological approach follow and so on, but it's happening. And we are having transactions, and just is missing a new a new comment by the Guardian of whatever complaining about the integrity of those biodiversity credits and will kill a potential market putting in value natural capital. Because of that, it's very relevant, the element of the methodologies.
Okay. The last point here, the industrial and cement project types are now referring to our activity that will take place after that presentation. So you have the chance to look at a project yourself and analyze it under these baseline and additionality consideration. Please, it's important to understand cement production here. If you're talking about cement, it's a blended product. It stands at the end of the production cycle. The main element that is producing CO2 is the clinker production. Clinker is the element that needs to be produced and then blended, different things, lime, sand, whatever, depending on what the requirements for the specific cement are. And producing clinker has two components. One is the so-called calcination process, where lime is turned into this clinker product, and through this process that needs degrees around 1200, 1300 degrees Celsius to start this calcination process. Throughout this process, there is the emission of CO2. It's 0.62 kilograms of CO2 per kilo of clinker. That's fixed. That can't be changed. It's always the same. The only way to get rid of it is to split it and to store it, carbon capture and storage. But on top of that comes the use of fuel that is needed to produce these high temperatures. And this is the main thing you can alter and where you can reduce emissions. So, and this is also where our benchmarks are referring to, and so on and so on. And then you take that clinker and mix it. And if you have a benchmark or a baseline that is referring to cement, it depends on how much clinker with the specific carbon footprint is used to produce that end product. So there are 2 or 3 stages at the end before you end up with the pure cement. Monitoring here is relatively easy. As I said, the calcination emissions are non-avoidable, and you see how much clinker you produce, then you know how much or how high the emissions were by producing that clinker only from the calcination process. And the emissions from the thermal part of it do derive from calculating the CO2 inherent in the fuel you're using for producing their temperatures. So that's an indirect calculation using efficiency levels of the oven used and so on and so on. Finally, the cement product is a mixture then how much of that clinker where you know the footprint is mixed for what reason ever with other products. So there are alternative products, recycling cement or more lime, less lime, but there's no, it's just a blending process. There is no additional thermal component or calcination component in it. So at the very end, I have a provocative thesis here. And the thesis is about saying that should removal credits handle additionality differently than avoidance credits? And the question is, or the question or the thesis derives from the way or what remove, or the effect that removals have on the atmosphere. A non-additional removal still removes CO2 because the atoms, the molecules are taken from the atmosphere. A non-additional avoidance credits, it's just imaginary, it doesn't reduce anything. So, and to get this market going, there's the question, should the additionality concept be eliminated at least for a while to get this market going? And there are many scientists that do follow this approach and really support it, simply because of this different effect that removals have and that avoidance credits have. It's quite easy to argue if you look at direct air capture, for example. I mean, they're clearly additional because there is no alternative to it. If you have something that is coupled to industry, it needs an extra investment. Usually it also passes the test because you won't implement that without any reason. The problem lies with byproduct of profitable activity, and this is a large area, and the thesis is to skip these tests and to go for non-additional productions. Okay.
Volunteers to comment on this. What's your thought?
Yeah.
So should removal credits handle additionality differently than avoided credits? Brackets?
Brackets. In real life, they have different values, right? So
yeah.
They have very different values. So avoidance very different from removal. So I believe that they have, both are important, but when we talk about carbon credits, they usually have very different prices. So.
That's right, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And at the end is the spirit of the mitigation action. Removal implies living entities, and that is a different approach to avoidance that is usually technology. So because just starting from that point, we have a different approach.
I mean, what has been left out in the argumentation is the permanence. This is the major issue if you're talking about removal. So removing CO2 in a forest or via agroforestry projects is completely different to direct air capture, for example, that is really able to store it for not 1,000 years or more. And the question is how you handle that, and then also additionality comes into question. I think the general concept, I'll give you one example. There's a new methodology now introduced by the EU Commission on removing CO2 in biogenic products, mainly in wooden houses. There is a certain portion of wooden houses that are built anyhow. It's around 25% in the EU. The question is, will you only allow to certify these CO2 stored if it's more than 25%, or you deduct that from the baseline, or do you say, okay, it's not so far accounted for, and we need that for our NDC, and we should allow to certify it without this strong requirements for additionality. Just some thoughts. Okay, thanks for your attention, and interesting to see what the outcome of your analysis will be on the cement producers.
Yeah, thanks very much for the input. And you already got now a paper. So this means again, now you are in the driver's seat and have to work. If you go on the SharePoint, where we are providing the materials, you will find also an Excel sheet. So the idea is, again, it's an exercise, so it's simplified. But the idea was really that you have to do now a bit like an own assessment. So you have here, again, the information of the project, like a short project overview, and also a bit like the context. And then in the Excel Excel file, that was the name, basically it's already a bit like predefined. So overall we have developed kind of 6 categories, but as we have just about 45 minutes, already 3 of these last categories are predefined. But your task is first to think about the allocation of these categories. So how would you weight them? I think I try also to share my screen to make it more visible. And then to think or to go in a question like through the different arguments. So the first thing is, again, that you should split up in groups. I think we already learned this last. I don't care this time. You can also remain in the institution you want. That's up to you. But I would say, again, we had group 1 here, group 2 here, 3 and 4, and maybe just split up that we have a more or less equal groups. And the first thing is like, have a look at the paper, read it, and I think in about 10 minutes I will explain shortly the sheet on the screen so that it becomes more easier. We sent it yesterday by email, the link for the SharePoint. Mais normalement, ça fonctionne que dans un groupe, on a seulement une fiche parce que moi, je peux pas prendre un USB, je peux même pas. Alors, moi, c'est drôle que je peux prendre un USB, mais je peux pas retirer des fils. Want to split up already, or prefer to read here first? So I can also count and 1 to 4, but you can also just split up. I think we are all adults, so we have just maybe you can allocate so that we, so that's, and I think it's only 1 person per group who needs to have access to the sheet, so. Feel free to kind of allocate to the groups. works? Hier, c'est entre new material avec le code. Oui, oui. Ça, c'est là où on a mis toutes les prestations. Et là, il y a IDFC 2026. Patience. Alors, jour 2. Et là, le dernier. Je devrais... Ouais. Ouais. D'abord, on doit se choisir en un groupe. Ah, c'est le groupe d'hier, avec Tavan. Le groupe français, francophone. Ouais, alors je vais juste... So on the screen, you can just see how the tool, it's like an Excel sheet, looks like. On the first side, it has just, again, like the same instruction about how the is build it up. The relevant is this second page with the assessment. And the first one is quite easy. It's kind of that just we defined 6 dimensions. And it's a bit like up to your group how to decide which one is more valuable or not. And you can just, if you add like here, change the number to, I don't know, if you want to say it should be quite important. Oh, 3,000, that would be the like, it's in percent. So then you see it automatically changes the sum and you have to ensure that later it's about 100. So I think that's not really rocket science. You can also just keep it if you think that's a... So you need then just to balance and deduct it. But the idea from the exercise is then later you have for each of these dimensions, we have defined 3 to 4 questions. And the task of your group is to have a bit of a look, how would you classify it? And it's a drop-down function, so you can decide here like green, amber, and red. And there is kind of an automatically score behind. And the idea is you should discuss, you should come up with an idea. And then also discuss like whether the score is what you also would like based on your experience also come up. So finally, what your project should prepare is like really a recommendation on the different areas. Good. Then I think I do not disturb you anymore. I hope everyone has access. So it on the link we shared yesterday with the password, there on the day 2, the Excel is provided. Please download the Excel file, because if we all group, sorry, I forgot it's a SharePoint, so if everyone is working the same, this will create chaos. Sorry.
mir schon mal schicken, dann kann ich das.
Ja.
Ja, du sagtest auch jetzt wegen der Aufbereitung.
Ja.
Ja.
Great. You ready?
No pricing instruments. No pricing instruments.
What did you get for breakfast? Oh. Yeah, but I don't know what he got for breakfast. And the cup of garlic. Yesterday we saw volley soccer. I've never seen it. Oh. This is so crazy. So it's really cool. Yesterday evening there were so many groups, like also mixed group kids. Yeah, but this volley soccer is so difficult. Listo. Listen to her. She's the head. She's the CEO. Woman power. And download it because it's a SharePoint. And hurry up because we have just 10 minutes. So, I think everyone has the interest to not that we do not have to shorten our lunch break. So, how ready are you? So, would you like to start?
Smart guys.
Do I have a group who is volunteering
But I think
to start? What about your group? I try my luck. Do I find a volunteer here? We have more or less to come back in the plenum, and we are looking for a volunteer. They are too scared. So, do I have a volunteer in this group to summarize a bit the discussion? Come on, guys. It's all your lunchtime, which is then really reduced if you're not delivering. Yeah, result-based training. So, can someone summarize your discussion? We make a condition to lunch. Come on, a volunteer, please. You volunteered yesterday, that's true, you're out. Franck. Come on. Oh,
you cannot refuse,
Doesn't matter, just a bit like summarizing the discussions you had.
Ladies first.
Tamara was working so much in the background, so
Why she was in the front?
Time to relax.
Don't go in the back.
Time to rest.
Nice time to enjoy.
Yeah, we have always Okay. Hey, come on, guys. Someone should summarize the discussion. And it's not Mustafa because he's advisor. He's not summarizing. So, Thiago, would you feel comfortable?
Hi, guys, come on.
Let's try and then the other should.
I'm shy, too shy.
Oh, wait, I got a volunteer here. Oh, you saved in the last second. Oh my goodness, so difficult. Thiago is really happy who saved him.
Yeah.
Now, I finally got a volunteer, so we listen now.
Well, I was forced to volunteer, so so I think in our discussions. So the discussions in our group was more around the financial additionality. I think the evidence was quite clear that there was weak additionality, noting that the National Development Bank, or the NDB, was prepared to provide a concessional loan and already agreed to that before the carbon credit mechanism was being recognized. And there was also, and I think it came from the National Industry Modernization Facility, so it's a concessional loan. So we felt that there was very weak additionality argument. I think similarly on the issue around does the investment address a regulatory compliance requirement. So I think there are regulations that promote energy efficiency, although it wasn't necessarily enforced. So it wasn't binding. So we gave us amber score for that. There was some confusion around whether we should score it green or red based on this answer. So it was a bit difficult, in terms of initially we said we answered yes, and should that be a green? But I think in hindsight we felt maybe it should be red. So overall, financial additionality was scored quite low for those reasons, because carbon revenue, even if you're adding carbon revenue, without carbon revenue, this project would have been funded in any case. In terms of the second dimension on the regulatory and common practice additionality, we felt that, again, the existing regulations do exist in terms of promoting efficiency measures, particularly within the cement industry, but again, it's not mandatory, so we gave it amber. And are compliance investments already widespread among similar facilities in this country or the region? The answer was quite clear there, yes. I think there was evidence that other countries were already adopting the updated technology, which was much more efficient. There we answered yes, but the color should have probably been red as well. And then would the project qualify as common practice under reasonable common practice test? If more than a small minority, okay, this one, yeah. Yes, I think I can't remember whether we had a discussion around that particular one. And then the third dimension, the baseline credibility, I think we scored it quite weak overall because we felt that the baseline was assuming they would continue with the existing technology, and trends suggest that you'll have to adopt newer technologies. So we felt that they didn't apply the conservative baseline approach where, you know, naturally new technologies would have been adopted at some point. Other key assumptions: emission factors, production volumes, clinker ratios, conservative. Our answer there was no, for the reasons I just highlighted earlier. And then, has the baseline been set at the level that could reasonably be gained to inflate credit volumes? And our answer there was there wasn't enough information, but I think what we've mentioned earlier, just generally, it wasn't a conservative baseline approach. So yeah, I think that was our summary of the discussions around those three dimensions.
Yeah, thank you very much for volunteering. So, someone would like to complement, or what were, or maybe you had also different discussions in your groups? What I can't remember, the Latin American Union and Caribbean Union Development Bank. So the CEO. Lessons number one.
At home, we have a talk. Yes, not just to mention the element of the existing legally binding element of the NDC. We were discussing that if we can assume that a mandate into the NDC can be considered a legal requirement, because that has a different approach. If you say yes, the project is an additional because you have to, it's the law, so you are not going beyond compliance. But if you don't consider the NDC legally binding for X or Y reasons, maybe it could be an opportunity for the additionality of the project. That's basically.
I think just from the financial perspective, even that the loan, I mean, from the previous experience, there is a really short time. I mean, there is a really short window in order to make the financial closure of the projects. So sometimes it because you have some, I don't know, some goals for each year. If you don't continue with the project, so for the next year or for the next window, it will be more difficult to include a project. So there is opportunity just to mention the opportunity of the carbon market. But of course, that will be a strong justification with the auditors to demonstrate that was a real consideration for the approval. Just for the discussion, I mean.
Yes, and also about the establishment of the baseline. Maybe could be a big mistake establishing a fixed baseline, understanding that the state of the art in the development of emission reduction projects is pursuing to use downward baselines. So maybe we can go ahead with the project, but at any time somebody will say that that project is an additional because maybe will be enforced the roadmap proposed for energy efficiency.
Something to complement from your discussions? That's a cheap trick. What about your group?
So at the end of the day, everything was amber as average, as an average. So we see some additionality. Of course, they are improving their returns. They work with returns below their peers, and so that's important. Most of the things have. Well, they have said most of the important things. So, just to add something, we understand when talk about regulatory and common practice, there are some additionality since the national authority has a roadmap, but there's no binding regulation. So there is additionality. They operate the initiatives. There are two initiatives: the dry process, something that everybody's doing. But when we talk about the clinker to cement ratio, they are going beyond what their peers is doing. So they are trying to do some proof of concept. They have a new plant that are trying. So there are additionalities there, but in a part of the project. So that's why at the end of the day, everything is more or less amber. So, and when we talk about the baseline credibility, they have they have verifiable assumptions that they are working on how to do that, but as they said, they use a static baseline. That's so. As I said, at the end of the day, it's amber.
It should create discussions. So thanks very much. So now,
just maybe when think about the application of the regulation. In fact, the energy efficiency regulation don't apply to the two processes, because there are two processes involved here. The first is energy efficiency, because we replaced weight process by dry process, in which I think. Yeah, there are two processes. The first is involving energy, the one that's we replace weight by dry process, but the second, which is to reduce the kiln portion, doesn't need any energy. In fact, it's just because the reaction creates CO2 by calcination. So in this, so the application of the law don't apply for this part of the process. So it's just a reduction of the parts of the kiln from, I think it's from the 88 to 68, to 0.68, 0.88 to 0.68. And in this case, maybe, so there is no energy efficiency in this, just the fact that we reduce the quantity of the matter, the raw material, reduce the emission of CO2, so nothing else. And so in this case, also, I mean, we can also argue that in this case, that we have this information that in the region, the clinker to cement ratio evolved from 0.91 to 0.79. So this could be what used for the baseline, in fact, because it is the practice, the regional practice. And not the 88, which is because maybe they have an old factory and they couldn't request for using this ratio as baseline.
thank you very much, Mustafa. We can see that you're coming from the operation side, also from the background. So I think thanks very much for doing this exercise, and obviously it's simplified. So this is also a bit like the idea. So we have now the lunch break, and after lunch we are continuing with one of the dimensions which was already kind of predefined also in terms of time, and it's about community engagement, benefit sharing and social integrity in carbon projects, where we will have first a short input from Marcus, and then we will have a guest visitor who is coming here. So it will be Maria Netto. So now, but first enjoy your lunch. So we are really good in time, and we want to keep this as also to be ready for our nice here cocktail in the evening. So I think that we would like to continue this after lunch now with the session, as we said, on community engagement, benefit sharing, and social integrity in carbon projects. Marcus will first provide a short integration, but then we are really happy that we have our guest speaker. I just talked to her. I hear you, yeah. So Maria's already here, so I will hand over later to her. So thanks very much for coming, and we are really curious to listen then later to you. But now first, I would hand over to Marcus.
Yes, welcome back. So I think we wait for a few more seconds. Okay, I hope you enjoyed lunch and are not too tired, but the next two sessions are a bit lighter than the ones before. But it's good to see that we have such different levels of discussion and knowledge, and that we can dive from time to time in the depth of any challenging subject like additionality and baseline. This one is about community engagement and social integrity. We heard in former sessions also from the representative from Gold Standard that stakeholder engagement is getting even more in front of recognition than in the past and anything else. And that makes a lot of sense, and I will just give a brief overview of what the concepts are and where we're coming from, and then handing over to the experts that will give us a view on what is happening on the ground. So, it all started with the CDM, as you all know, and at that time the regulation on stakeholder engagement was just a 30-day local stakeholder consultation. There was no binding outcome. They just need to be informed, and there were public comments collected, and the validation body, as my experience, sometimes raised some points and was asking for rediscussion and some more engagement of communities, but it finally happened in a relatively quick and rubber stamp-like process for verification. Especially, which is not an easy one, are indigenous land rights. Nothing that is written on paper, but people are living there for hundreds of years, and they have a right to live there, and that was ignored in many cases, especially in forestry projects. And on top, there was hardly any real benefit sharing. So how could these communities, these stakeholders benefit from the income of selling the carbon credits. That was more or less the reason why gold standard came into the market. As we heard, gold standard from origin was not an independent standard. It was just adding something to an existing CDM project and making it a gold standard CDM project rather than a regular CDM project. And they introduced an impact assessment on stakeholders, with stakeholders, and also introduced a much more considering of SDGs in projects. We heard that 3 SDGs verifications are minimum in any gold standard project. And then a couple of years later, Vera also took the opportunity and introduced an already existing approach, which is we call the FPIC approach. That stands for Free, Prior and Informed Consent. And this originally comes from international indigenous and human rights law. Has not been invented in the carbon markets, but it can be nicely applied for this kind of engagement. But still, during the years 2008 to 2019, there was no minimum revenue share requirement, no binding contracts, no independent monitoring of the consultation outcomes, and so on and so on. Actually, or since 2020, FPIC becomes enforceable. It's also part of ICVCM's carbon principles, and it even needs to be verified and is also now explicitly required for ITMO's host country authorization. So before an LOA is emitted, the stakeholder needs to get involved, and it needs to be protocoled and formally awarded. Benefit sharing is also part of what the rating standards are looking at. They require it. Their intention is a bit different, because the only intention is that the project delivers the reductions that are mentioned in the PDD, and the better the engagement of the stakeholders is, the higher is the probability that the project will deliver. So the lessons here from these 20 years of experience, or 25 years of experience, are that consultation without enforceable rights and binding benefit sharing is not FPIC, and it is just a notification, and that all needs to be written and signed and also be enforceable. So why social integrity matters? There are several examples. Kariba is the most prominent one. It didn't fail because of social integrity issues, but that was also one part of it. That means if there's a community failure, there's also a credit invalidation. And as already mentioned, FPIC is mandatory for ITMO projects. What does that mean in detail? Free in the negotiations with the stakeholders involved means that there's no pressure and no material incentive, and a voluntary participation, and especially most important is the right to refuse the project without any penalty. Prior, of course, obviously means that there need to be a consent before the project starts, and anything will be already carved in stone and is initiated. So before the project design document and is finalized, there need to be a minimum of 60-day consultation period. Reality is much longer, to my knowledge, but we will probably hear about this later on. So there's enough time that the communities can discuss the thing among each other, decide on their decision paths, and finally commit. And what is important is that local language is what matters. And because indigenous people don't speak any language than their own language, and also many others do. So there need to be help from the side of the project developer and full disclosure of risks and benefits and also alternatives. And a main source of discussion always is and was the land ownership, because in many regions there are no registers. No one knows who owns the country. It's owned by the government, okay, but the question is who has the right to live there, and especially in the case of indigenous people, there need to be a written and oral documentation that they have the right to live there. Benefit sharing is one part of it, one major part of it, and it has its good and its bad sides. I think there are different levels of benefit sharing required depending on the kind of projects you're looking at. Looking at Red Plus, we're talking about 20 to 50% of net revenues, and they should be fixed in an agreement, in a benefit agreement before the project starts. And in cook stoves, it's a bit lower. The question here is what do these benefits stand for? What will they help? In the case of cook stoves, for example, the cook stoves need to be financed, and part of it has to be taken by the final user of the cook stoves, and he has to bring also his share of investment. It's quite small, but for those families, quite often it's a lot. And first of all, that requires to pay back the investment, and in the next step, they will even get some more returns if the credits are sold digitally. Also, a very important step is, because that was causing a lot of trouble in the past, is that when has the money to be paid? So there were, in some projects, there were many years later, and even then, no one was really willing to pay the money. And the delays, now it's a rule, is that delays beyond 90 days constitute a breach of the benefit agreement and can even result in extra payments. Important is that we have a binding legal structure, not any letter of intent or any more weak agreements. So, and it even goes to the point that independent trustees are holding an escrow where the money is in favor of the community transferred and can be used from their side. So the discretion of the developer who's in control of that process is pretty much limited now. So this money needs to be transferred in a predefined way that it will end up at the communities that are obliged to use it. A quick one at the gold standard requirements on that will start or started in 2026 together, and we heard about it already, with the Paris Agreement alignment of methodologies. And FBIC must be redocumented, but because if you want to use former CDM projects, that needs to be a reevaluation with regard to FPIC. So the gold standard is still standing to its roots, and stakeholder engagement is one of the main requirements and considerations.
So by law in Morocco, so when the amount of the project is above a certain amount, we have to set in place, to run the feasibility study regarding the environmental and social study. So with the study, the project owner can have the approval from the public entities.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same. So what you described for the free, prior, and informed consent is the same steps. So within the gold standard or VERA, they should run another feasibility study to have this consultation. Sorry, to have this approval, or it's enough.
I think it's enough. I mean, if it's legally binding in your country, anyhow, I mean that is enough. Yeah. They don't need to be any additional verification on that. No. Also, regarding gold standard, it's very critical factor here. It's the free non-renewable energy biomass that is used, which is, for those who are familiar with cookstove project, is the main factor that describes how much of the biomass that is used in a cookstove comes from deforestation that will not be replaced. And this is a factor that usually is issued by the government, and that factor also needs to be updated again, hopefully in a positive way. And also, it's a digital MRV pilot running that includes FPIC, its digital documentation, digital records. So your president obviously is really happy about it. So what does that mean if it comes to due diligence from your side with regard to social integrity? So before anything starts, this FPIC process needs to be signed, dated, and independently witnessed and also verified in certain cases. Benefit sharing needs to be in place, binding contract, not only a letter of intent. Women, indigenous people need verifiably be included. And what is, I think, very important is that a grievance mechanism is operational and accessible. So that nothing like there's no way back. If there's a problem and it's a serious problem, the project can be stopped. During the implementation phase, the social monitoring needs to be independently verified annually. The payments need to be on time and documented. And if there are major project changes, there need to be renewal of the FPICs of that project, because there's a major change and the outcome can be different. Also, independent social audit needs to be conducted annually. Finally, as mentioned already, an escrow account needs to be run by a trustee, and there's also a default definition where which constitutes a clawback clause. So if there's a social breach, it's the event of default, and the project can be stopped by agreement. If there are key project milestones that are very important, there needs to be a renewal of the FPIC. So that means quite often it's defined in steps. Okay. I think that's enough as an overview, and I can hand over to Maria.
Maybe before we can ask whether
We
there are
can,
questions,
conversation.
also to wake up the people, because I think we can see the after lunch effect. Except you. So, are there any questions before we listen to Maria? Oh. Okay.
If you like, I can transfer the microphone.
Then I would say warm welcome, Maria. Then let's listen, and I hope you are really finding your energy again.
Try to see here where the presentation is, how I can. Strange here, not sure. Try to see if this works. Sweet. Okay, can you guys see? Here, not there. So, first of all, thank you for having me here today. I'm Maria Neto. I'm the Executive Director of Institute of Climate and Society, but also I used to work many years ago on the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism, when the convention was early starting, recognizing Marta, who used to work on that as well a long time ago. But then I also worked in the Inter-American Development Bank, and we collaborated a lot with national development banks and public banks. So I thought the presentation we'll make here will complementary go through some of the comments and the basics that we saw before. But the idea was to focus mainly on the role of public banks, right? So first of all, why social integrity matters and what we have seen in terms of development of these carbon markets. When the carbon markets were initially created, and particularly the early days when we were talking about project-based mechanisms like the Clean Development Mechanism, really the focus was the carbon accounting was to demonstrate that you were reducing emissions. And the very important thing on all the documents and on all the kind of information that people were looking at were relating to whether you could demonstrate that the project was new, additional, was really reducing emissions so that the claimer that would buy these credits could demonstrate this was truly additional from a carbon accounting point of view. But there was very limited, at least in terms of methodology, requirements with regards to other benefits or co-benefits or even, you know, let's say social requirements or requirements relating to other aspects than the carbon. It was, as I mentioned, very project developer driven. The CDM actually had a beauty in a way because it was kind of a methodologies and the whole structure depended on people presenting their own projects and methodologies, no? But again, the requirements were very limited on the co-benefits. In reality, on the day-to-day, there were already at the time quite a few issues. I'll come back to that benefit sharing, for example. And it's not only about benefit sharing, it's market relationship, for example. If, for example, we were not very transparent on how the price of the carbon credits, for example, was decided upon, there were frustrations and questions for arbitration later on. And to give an example, the World Bank at the time used to pilot a lot of those first projects, even before the CDM took place. They took a risk in a way because they were buying the credits, right? But they were pricing these credits. And some of the people who sold credits to these buyers sold at a certain price. But because the market was not completely transparent, later on they discovered they sold, for example, a carbon credit for $5 that in some years ended up to value in the market $30. So it's not just benefit sharing from the point of view of who gets part of the carbon credits. It's also about the transparency about the price between buyer and seller. And that's important if you're a public bank, for example, supporting financing of projects that may later on have a liability relating to that. So there were already some at the time issues with the CDM coming even from the carbon accounting side on how the distribution of, for example, the pricing, the transparency of the market took place. As the market evolved, the voluntary markets was for a long time what remained available after the CDM shaded out and phased out. Of course, we have the cap and trade, and you here have all been following the whole day the training on the carbon markets. But from the project-based point of view, the voluntary markets took over. A lot of the voluntary markets were related to forestry, land use, what we call REDD+ projects. And these clearly bring additional issues on, indeed, if you are issuing credits, for example, on what we call jurisdictional credits. So a subnational, for example, that issues credits for reduction or removals of greenhouse gases from a state, how they do distribute that among their estate and how local people are going to receive part of the resources. And so some of those projects, particularly on forestry and land use, brought a lot of questions about ESG issues, inclusion of dialogues with local communities, indigenous peoples. And from the early days, even on the CDM, all the forestry discussions brought already a lot of reactions from the indigenous peoples. I recall to be in Cancun in negotiations long time ago on the climate agenda, and indigenous people saying, no rights, no REDD. So it is for a lot of those local peoples, particularly around forestry, a sensitive issue, not only on the benefit sharing, but how these projects are being dealt with, how you value the carbon, but beyond that, also how you value biodiversity and other cultural issues around those projects. Hence, the voluntary market actually evolved already with quite a few ESG requirements because forestry projects in particular are having problems to go ahead without them. In this case, the ESG requirements became very much standard-driven requirements, and we saw, as it was mentioned before, that some also additional standards like gold standards and so on started topping up either the CDM or the voluntary markets to say, beyond the carbon, you could have social value and so on. With the Article 6 negotiations, these lessons learned kind of evolved in making sure that the carbon needs to bring this kind of safeguards, but also that it needs to be addressed and looked at as it relates to the country-drivenness is much more related to how governments and countries see their own priorities and how hence this is related to larger ambition from the governments in terms of sustainable development. And so in a way, when we talk today about the carbon markets, I think there is a lot of lessons learned from the past that are being already embedded in the discussions. It doesn't mean that is resolved and easy to address, but I think that's important. Now, talking about public development banks and how banks have to look at those projects, and at least I can talk a bit about Brazil, but also when I was in the Inter-American Development Bank working with some banks like Bancodex early on in the development of carbon markets. There were some projects in Mexico, also with FIRA and nothing. There were early projects back then. Today, I'm not so sure there is the same kind of work at the time because the CDM was a more, I can say, structured market than just a voluntary. But basically, for the public banks, clearly it's not just financing projects just because of the carbon markets, right? You finance projects because you are promoting development. You are working on agriculture and you want to support small farmers to produce more, have better revenue or create jobs. Or you are financing small and medium enterprises because you want them to have access to markets and value chains, and maybe through energy efficiency projects or industrial movements and so on to actually benefit also the environment. But mostly, a lot of the activities obviously remain in the realm of what the public banks do, and carbon credits in general, and I think increasingly, need to be seen as an added value for investments that can go beyond what you are doing with those projects, but are part of the development objectives. So it's a bit the other way around. It's not about the co-benefits. It's that the carbon credits are the co-benefit to development projects. And I think this is very important for a public bank, because public banks don't finance just carbon markets, right? So that's very important to, when you think about your strategies, what are those carbon credits doing that can go beyond of what I'm already doing? Now, the case of Brazil, for instance, we have BNDES here doing important projects on forestry restoration, for example, or trying to enhance sustainable agriculture. And carbon credits can indeed be the additional resources that allow, for example, for some restoration projects to take place, because in general, these projects take long, they are riskier, the capex is high. Why a farmer is going to finance restoration? At the same time, the restoration can have a lot of co-benefits in terms of improving production, productivity, quality of the local agriculture, and of course have environmental benefits. So the carbon credit is an opportunity if you can have a guarantee of an off-taker, if you can have some structure to support that this additional revenue is going to come, because it's going to be maybe the reason why these projects are going to go ahead, but not the only reason why you are financing it. And I think that's something I wanted to highlight, because all the analysis at the end around the carbon credits is part of the analysis you would do anyway, or the sectoral program, or the areas you wanted to enhance anyway. So what are the emergent best practice with regards to these carbon projects? We are moving from do no harm to create measurable social value. And I think the one thing important here is precisely, and we are seeing more and more in environmental projects in general, again, not only on carbon markets, if we talk also on the climate investment funds, global climate funds, and some of those funds that we have been working with for a while, it is more than just doing no harm. It's about how I integrate social impact in addition to the carbon credits that are supposed to be part of what I'm actually supporting to develop this social impact. So this kind of interlinkage is important, and so more and more we are looking at SDG-linked metrics, but also gender inclusion, indigenous leadership, local employment, community governance, and so on. If that is part of what your banks are looking at, how the banks are having social impact, then carbon credits also should be integrating this kind of principles, okay? We discussed already the free, prior, and informed consent, so I'm not going to go into the detail. But I think the most important here is that this is not just about the projects happening, because basically, in the case of the bank, you'll be financing and you will be applying this as part of the ESG in a way that you would be applying to your projects that you are financing, right? How do you measure and ensure that this was properly undergone and taken place by the project developers? And I think here the most important is to have proper check marks, but also proper ways to do consultations. And in the design of the financing line that you guys are going to do as well, to ensure that this consent and these discussions are taking place. Particularly if you are going to promote projects that could be close to indigenous peoples, that could be having questions about revenue sharing, that could be affecting some local culture, or that you want also to ensure that there is social impact, but part of it is also to identify what the social impact and opportunities are. So obviously you need on the one hand to do the ESG on any projects you are financing, but it's also important on the project design to consider this kind of initiatives. I'll give another example. When I was working with Colombia, with Bancodex, we were doing projects on distributed energy in the Amazon, actually in the forests. It's important when you are talking to those projects to go beyond just environmental safeguards and have also consultations with the local communities on what really benefits they want to have, how the local solar panel, for example, is going to be installed so that the community is truly benefiting, how the installation of this is going to have a share of benefits for the communities. This has to be something you consider the design of the finance, not just at the moment the projects one by one are being installed, okay? Consultation is very different from just consent, and that's important because if you integrate upfront any of those social projects you want to develop, be it a small medium enterprises, be it again forestry projects that may engage a lot of local communities, is important to have a space for understanding and dialogues. We, again, see this happening already today, frankly, in most of the ESG requirements. If we use the Equator principles, for example, you will be already looking for consultation and not just consent. Some of the standards on carbon credits already are recognizing this as well, but it's very important to develop this culture of consultation and ensure that also the project developers are doing so. This is important because of safeguards. You are going to have liabilities if you are supporting projects that later on bring issues. Most of the projects that there were problems when we talk about, particularly again, forest and land use, are projects that had problems because no proper consultation was undergone. And then later on, you have a deal, a program that is already designed, and then there is questions about the value or, damaging or perspective from some of the communities that were not included. I wanted to talk a bit about benefit sharing because, as I mentioned initially, benefit sharing goes much beyond just revenue sharing. Benefit sharing can be about also what you are bringing to the area where you are developing your project. Benefit sharing could be a wind power that is being invested in, that has communities around, that need to see out of this wind power also benefit from them. For instance, in Brazil, a lot of communities criticize renewables because they don't see benefit from these large parks for their livelihoods. Consider not just the environmental impact, but the opportunities that you are creating for these communities around where you are doing those investments is important in the long run. But also the benefit sharing relates to what I was mentioning, transparency in the market on the pricing, and how these deals are done. There were projects, for example, in Mexico, large company, Beyond Petroleum, British Petroleum, that bought carbon credits in a fair way with the pricing for projects that they thought were great with indigenous communities, which again was a low carbon price at the time, and then the price increased over time. If the communities are not aware that these prices can fluctuate, or if the price is not transparent at the moment you are buying the carbon credits or selling, there can be a lot of frustrations. And the markets, let's be frank, are not transparent. That's a problem on the carbon markets today. We still don't have the carbon markets as a market that is mature enough that you can open the newspaper and know how much is the value on the spot today of gold standard, Vera, CDM, whatever, Article 6.2, whatever. You don't have those pricing available on the spot. Most of the deals are done over the counter. So if you're a bank and you are financing that, you have to be very aware that what you are supporting and the pricing structure and the transparency of what is the buying and selling is important to deal with, particularly, for example, for some reason we'll be managing, for example, a guarantee of pricing or some fund that will be buying carbon credits. It's possible a public bank can do that. There were a couple of examples. KfW was doing that sometime. And there are banks in Brazil like Banco do Brasil, which is a public bank as well, that is starting doing that. You have to be very careful about that as well. And this is part of benefit sharing. People need to know at least the conditions they are selling and the risk or the opportunities of selling this at a price and that later on increasing or decreasing in the market. No? But I also wanted to talk about non-financial benefits. Because if you are financing these projects, again, it's not just about the carbon, it's about what is bringing. Is technical cooperation? Are we creating new activities that can create jobs? Are we talking about increasing opportunities and what are these benefits that are coming? Very often we are not very able to do this kind of linkages, and that I think is a missed opportunity as well when selling the programs that can promote the value of the carbon, because, for example, restoration can create jobs, can create biodiversity benefits, and yes, why not, if there are communities there, can create for them as well opportunities to access finance. So I mentioned already, but I think it's important to focus a bit more on the Article 6. Hopefully the Article 6, and when engaging with your own governments, that's extremely important, would bring these roles and in these rules that also take a bit the responsibility out of the public bank alone having to develop all the criteria, right? So to have the clarity about the project design structure, what the consultation should be, what the safeguards should be, how the benefit sharing is happening. This is a conversation that is important to have with your own governments. So that also, when we are talking about, for example, criteria, it's agreed criteria, not just the bank defining these criteria when doing the projects. In Brazil, we do have a lot of those opportunities and challenges because it's a country with a lot of nature resources. Clearly, a lot of the carbon markets initially here, particularly on the voluntary markets, have focused in the past on forestry. As I mentioned, some of these voluntary forestry markets bring opportunities, but also challenges, such as the jurisdictional approach, because the jurisdictional basically is about, for example, a subnational issuing credits on behalf of a whole territory where you can have different people being responsible for different reasons on why the forest, for example, is being protected. And not always the structure on how you share the benefit is completely resolved. And even if, for example, methodologies or standards may have some good practices, you do need to have legal arrangements, regulation, clarity, arbitration, in the case of those sharing, for example, not being properly done. There is also a lot of potential innovations on community participation at the same time. And I think, and I will talk a bit about here, I know that later on, Nabil, if I'm not wrong, is going to come to talk about the Floresta Mais. We supported BNDES and Petrobras on this program. And I think this is one example I wanted to give on how we can have an opportunity to do something different. So currently in Brazil, and I'm not sure you guys had here any training on that, but just to say, we have basically, I would say, 4 different markets. We have the cap and trade that's being designed and should be established as of next year, 2028 start. So that's for the hard to abate industries. We have the Article 6 that is still to be designed in Brazil. That is the voluntary markets that is quite developed with the forestry projects. And in between, Brazil created in the law a 4th opportunity, which is that the cap and trade companies, the hard to abate, are able to also offset part of their responsibilities. So they have the cap and trade where they have to demonstrate hard targets and they can trade in the cap and trade, but they can use a small part of their targets they can buy from offsets in the markets. But these offsets cannot be any offsets. So Brazil decided not to simply say any voluntary markets can be used for offsetting. Brazil decided to say we are going to define which offsets we will prioritize for the cap and trade. This is important because currently we are discussing what are those offsets for the cap and trade. There is a body in Brazil that is responsible for the development of the cap and trade. And I'm talking about this because that's an opportunity also for in the development of these offsets to embed these additional criteria and opportunities. So it's not about, as we call in Portuguese, creating a jabuticaba. Jabuticaba is a very local Brazilian fruit. It's not that we'll do carbon credits or account for the carbon credit in a different way. Most likely, there will be recognition of VERA standards that exist already in the voluntary markets, but it's about the plus. How can we add to those carbon credits this plus? This plus being the quality in terms of social benefits, co-benefits, consultation practices, and so on. And once we do that, that can be a good practice as well for Brazil to have a structure that can later on be used also for the Article 6, okay? And so I wanted to mention Pro Floresta Mais because of that. You guys are going to have much more detail from Nabil, but I think the big model here, there was a couple of things we did here that for me are innovative, okay? The reason of the Pro Floresta Mais starting was actually us with Petrobras. Petrobras is the oil and gas company in Brazil. They wanted to offset some of their emissions. Frankly, they were offsetting it already with carbon credits, which were not so great quality. And after a long dialogue, we brought a number of organizations to work together with Petrobras and then BNDES as well, to think about what were really quality projects. And it was not just about the carbon then, that one could offset with. And then we focused in this case here on restoration projects. And what we meant by restoration projects with quality was promoting biodiversity, truly promoting projects that are restoring with forests, not just with production of more soybeans, that are including local job creation and co-benefits for the society that was living around these areas, and so on. So there was an annex to the carbon crediting calculation that is today for us the most value of this plus than just the carbon credits. And this value, for example, in our view, is the kind of thing that we can today go to any other company that eventually in the future want to offset in Brazil to use. So it was also a kind of a standard that is created and was created with a lot of public consultation as well. So I think these are, for example, a good example of a program where Petrobras basically adopted this standard. The program has other innovations that I think are extremely important, maybe a bit less for this topic here, but for instance, Profloresta Mais created an off-taker contract that was publicly available for comments. This is very important because, as I was mentioning, the markets today are still very unclear and are not transparent. So a lot of the people who sell the credits, they sometimes have to be bound by off-takers contracts that come with a lot of conditions or can put uncertainties on the back of the developers. So it is important also to have proper and transparent off-taking contracts that can be replicated. And this contract was publicly available and made for comments as well. So that was another big gain. And I think the biggest gain from the financial point of view then was that also Petrobras agreed in the case of this deal with a price or a band of price, which is very important because for people to engage in the restoration, it takes years for trees to grow. I don't know when and they grow, what's going to be the amount exactly of the carbon, what's going to be the price. Now, if the off-taker has a contract that is transparent and a band of price, BNDES then can even consider that as part of reduction of collateral requirements. The highest barrier today to access finance in restoration is the collateral requirements. So it's very nice to say we have billions for restoration finance, but then if you have a lot of collateral requirements, basically those that are doing restoration are all over-collateralized and indebted, okay? And so what public development should check before financing these projects and doing? I think, as I mentioned, it is not just about the carbon credits. It's actually the opposite. It's what areas you are financing anyway, where some of the innovations, some of the additionality, some of the types of projects can bring these carbon benefits that may make the projects a bit more innovative, scale the bit that you are not able to do, and be able to actually provide more access to finance as well for those developers. There is, of course, however, a lot of risks and exposures that are not very different from ESG risks exposures that you would have anyway, but they may have additional risks and exposures. As mentioned, you could have risks and exposures from the pricing, for example, but also from a lot of public visibility as well. Sometimes lack of regulatory approaches as well. In Brazil, we had some interventions from some of our, let's say, regulatory bodies in some of the voluntary market projects, which in some cases were questioned as well because there was an underlying unclarity on whether and how you should be dealing with the carbon credits. In IDB, had a similar situation in a project in Guatemala, for example. It was a nice project for a forest conservation in an area that was selling carbon credits for a company, a coffee company in US. But then somebody in the Congress in Guatemala decided that the This was not allowed according to the law because the park could not sell the carbon credit to another private outside of Guatemala. And when you have this kind of clarity on the regulation, it can also create some problems. So that's important as well to understand the regulatory approach around that. And then, as mentioned, I think is very important to ensure things that are not new, participation, benefits, and rights. And finally, again, as public banks, a very close relationship with the governments, particularly if you are moving to the Article 6, where you want also them to help you and you help them to think about how this criteria can be done in a way that helps the banks to be able to navigate. And with that, I'm just finishing that. I think the Article 6 will offer a lot of opportunities. Some governments are already doing bilateral agreements on 6.2 with some countries like Singapore, Japan, China apparently now as well, Europe. How you get ready for that is important. It's not anymore just about the carbon integrity. That's obviously an important part, but there is also financial integrity. There is also social integrity. And doing these projects, as any other projects, is important to think about what is the development benefits, the social inclusion opportunities, and how you even design these projects. As I mentioned, the finance, thinking about this as part of the opportunity that the projects bring ahead and not just as a co-benefit from carbon. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think you gave many inputs in this short time. So I think I couldn't really see that also people are the whole time thinking about, but maybe you have already first questions or something to comment on.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very interesting presentation. I'm from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. I just have a question around, since you're looking at carbon markets increasingly expected to deliver on social outcomes and not just the climate benefits as you highlighted. I think the question then arises is, we, for example, are considering other instruments such as SDG bonds or social bonds. Mm-hmm. And other outcomes-based instruments to fund social outcomes. So the question is, how do you see these instruments working alongside the Article 6 mechanisms to achieve those outcomes? And noting that carbon finance may not necessarily be the best tool to support social outcomes, but recognizing that, yes, when you fund a carbon project, you want to see social outcomes as a primary benefit as well, but it just may not be the most suitable tool. So if you have any thoughts around how do SDG bonds and other perhaps more suited instruments could be more appropriate, because this also links to the verification. So if you make social outcomes as a primary benefit, it means that the MRVs needs to be as robust as the mechanisms you use to measure the carbon side. So the question is, does the gold standard have those tools in place to ensure that there's no subjectivity when it comes to measuring the social outcomes? Because if you have a workshop where you're engaging communities, there might be elements of subjectivity whether or not those outcomes have been achieved. Or it might just be then a compliance, a tick box exercise. So, we've had the consultations and hence we passed that particular, hurdle. So just a question around that. Thank you.
You want to take some or should I answer one by one? No. Okay. So I think on the SDG KPIs, first of all, not necessarily, frankly, gold standards is the best standard or the standard for SDGs. You may have different ways to look at KPIs for SDGs, particularly if you are talking, for example, about bond issuance. No, so I think is a very good point. If you are financing any project that is supposed to have social impacts, you need to think about KPIs. And now I can talk from my experience in IDB, working with a number of banks trying to do those types of projects. It's not always easy to define SDG KPIs in a broader sense. But then if you are talking also about very specific things, okay, I'm talking about agriculture, I want to support this segment of MSMEs, then it's possible to decide that on those areas, that's what I want to improve, revenue, job creation, and so on. So I think it's a question on how you add on in your structure the carbon, because of course the carbon adds a layer of, indeed, if you are issuing to then finance carbon, you could say, I don't need necessarily to demonstrate the same detail as the carbon credits that I will be financing with the money I'm bringing with the bonds, but I obviously need to show that I have at least a metric or some kind of structure that when I'm financing these projects that I issue the bond for, I will guarantee will happen. No? So I guess for me, more complicated than the SDG bonds is how you justify on your issuance that you are as well supporting a program that may benefit carbon credits issuance as part of those package. And then I guess it's going to be for the bond issuance less about you demonstrating the baseline or the reductions, because this is going to be project by project, but it's more about how whatever you are doing is relying or using methodologies or, criteria that are good enough that the projects you are financing on carbon credits are not going to be questioned later on.
Thanks. I've got a question from a colleague online. She sent it via WhatsApp. She said, I must ask what the success matrix for carbon markets, i.e., do they consider gender mainstreaming and job creation, etc.? The second one is what sort of impact indicators do they use? And if knowledge sharing is implemented in the creation of these projects for carbon markets for local communities, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you. Considering the relevance of Brazil, the protection and regeneration of the Amazon, but also considering that in general the mitigation actions most developed in Brazil, they have been not, and also the scandals about the lack of robust sustainability management, lack of safeguarding protection and so on. What would be your position about continuing promoting, just promoting or mainly promoting natural-based solutions in the country?
Mm-hmm. Maria, first of all, thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting. I completely agree with you. I think there's a clear evolution in terms of the CDM, the voluntary carbon markets, and now the Article 6. At the same time, in the last, 5-10 years, many of the banks have been actively working in the frame of the international funds. I'm talking about GCA, Green Climate Fund, and Adaptation Fund, where all these criteria, it's really working in terms of the consultation and things. But those are, there are still punctual interventions by projects. Mm-hmm. So even that there is a tremendous effort here, and of course there is an evolution. In your opinion, where is the trend that you are seeing of these projects for the region and the opportunity? Because as you remember, and we were together at the moment working on this, there was a tremendous expectation about the projects and the co-benefits with the CDM. And the reality was just carbon finance. Mm-hmm. So if right now we are thinking about going beyond carbon finance, what do you think is the trend right now? Is it really a trend? It's really the region to continue with that kind of process? What is the appetite that you see in the poly-development banks in order to promote this kind of project? Because also you need a serious commitment coming from the governments to promote this kind of project. It's a general comment and just your perception about it. Thank you.
Great. So on the gender and KPIs of impact on how we are seeing on the ground, It's a good question, and I think relates a bit to the previous question on how you look at it. I mean, at the end is looking at what you want to finance. Okay, so I'll give again a concrete example. When I was in IDB, we did with FIRA in Mexico a program for promoting financing for small woman farmers with the tomatoes. But the project was also about reducing emissions by the way the tomatoes are being produced, and also with that improving revenue for the woman. Okay, again, I think this is a bit the point. It's not just about when the projects are done on carbon, how you promote women are integrated. Is on the design of your program, are you focusing on some groups that you want to support and promote? So do I want to do some gender-oriented programs? Where are opportunities where we know, for example, there are a lot of women that are entrepreneurs, for example, doing this kind of initiatives, that the carbon can be an additional opportunity to something that they are already doing. No? So that is a bit the way I would look at that in terms of KPIs. It's not a generic KPI. I think the KPIs depend a lot on what you want to support and finance, and then around it say what is the specific benefit you want to get out of this, and if the initiative has something very innovative in terms of a technology for emission reductions, and you can claim it as a carbon credit, that's an added revenue. That's why I think more and more we need to look at the other way around. It's not about the co-benefits to carbon credits, it's the carbon credits being the co-benefits to make some of development projects more innovative and scalable or possible, right? Nature-based solutions for me, not only for Brazil, I think for Latin America and actually for Africa as well, I think is extremely relevant. And obviously should be promoted as an opportunity as well on carbon markets. There is a lot of contentious discussions around that. I guess you guys had some conversations here as well, because there is a discussion on how nature-based solutions can or not be permanent with regards to emissions reductions. At the same time, we know that we are in a scenario on climate change now of overshooting. So we are beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. And if we don't scale largely and very quickly removals by sinks, we will not be able to overcome the overshooting. So there is a bit of a conversation sometimes on a technical point of view of some positioning that's very, let's say, Buddhist in saying we shouldn't support removals projects because they are not permanent. Discussions that have been happening, I think, for those who are on that since 1996, on there are ways to go around the permanence issue. Obviously, for some projects, it's more complex. I would say conservation projects, there is the question on if you should or not be offsetting on something that is there and what is the baseline. But for sure, restoration, for example, afforestation, reforestation on CDM were already recognized at the time as important additional projects. So there is an important discussion here when we are talking about if we want to scale not only for climate, but again, for opportunity. I'll just take the example Brazil, but I'll also mention India because recently we were been working with them as well on this. Brazil has over 40 million hectares of degraded lands on private lands that could be restored. India has 100 million hectares of land. Brazil has actually 160 million, but I'm talking about the degraded lands that can be restored. And then you have, in India, 100 million hectares, which a good part could be restored. These are important opportunities also for farmers, for food systems and so on. But a big barrier, as I was mentioning, is that financially is not that simple. These lands are degraded for a good reason. They are probably very expensive to be produced on. You need to recover the land. You have a lot of costs for that. And that's why they are probably not being restored yet. And then if we want to do that, to also promote nature-based solutions, so biodiversity, forests, and so on, in addition to just agricultural business, you need to have good arguments for the farmer to be able to take a lot of risks, go to a bank, do a loan, and do an investment that may take 5-6 years, and then at the end, not be guaranteed on what the price will be. So there's a lot of risks for the project developer, but we do see in Brazil, for instance, a huge opportunity for restoration projects. And certainly this is one of the largest priorities today in Brazil in terms of how we look at not only the climate change opportunity, but also working with farmers, including smaller farmers. We did with ICS and some organizations an assessment in Brazil of the opportunity of restoration. And clearly most of the degraded lands, unfortunately, on the top of it are in small farmers' land. So for us, this is an opportunity also in improving local farmers' quality of life. And this is, for instance, a huge opportunity. But there are other opportunities as well, like bioeconomy, forest standing, and so on. Carbon credits is not the only way to finance those things. And we need also to have an open mind to look at different financial instruments and different ways to structure it. But it can be and is an important incentive, particularly for nature-based solutions, because they are projects that are not so easy to scale on a normal, let's say, business kind of case, no? And then talking about the trends and opportunities, Martha, I do believe that is a very important role of the public banks, particularly from, today people are calling global majority, not anymore global south, from the global majority, to think seriously on what are the opportunities for the countries from the development point of view. Because indeed, there can be still a trend on the question of additionality and accounting to ensure that carbon credits should be truly used for offsetting of those that are keeping emitting, that just by that logic, you'll end up going in rightly, as you were saying, sometimes too much on the climate finance and not on a broader vision on is climate finance, meaning also development finance. And you know, even you are saying GCF, the CIFs, etc., have been integrating these topics. They tend to integrate these topics more as added criteria rather than recognizing that the projects may be a part of a development opportunity that have in addition a climate opportunity. If I don't know if I'm clear, but I can say I prepared with the IDB lots of projects on the GCF and CIFs and so on. Often the requirements on the added criteria on the social, they are very much like additional addendums of a lot of different things we need to present. But the argument of saying this is very important for the local development, these are important outcomes, and hence the climate is very important. That's why we're asking for the resources on climate, but it's to make those development programs operate. That's not necessarily even in the climate funds, the logic, right? So it's an important dialogue the public banks indeed need to have with their governments on how you also push for priorities that are government priorities, local priorities as well, associated to climate finance.
I have a final question.
Okay. So final question for you.
Maria, I was find it interesting to hear that you are talking about participation of the communities after they sold the credits, or the credits have been sold in rising prices. I mean, I'm an investment banker from background, and prices are always a sign of who's taking the risk. So, and that means there's the example of the Kariba project, where South Pole has been crucified for that project. But one of their major actions on Kariba was that they bought credits when no one else wanted to buy those credits, invested several millions in it and just keeping it, and said, okay, we're gonna make it to survive. And then prices were rising and they could sold it as a profit because they've taken the risk. And no one was asking, can other people benefit from it, because they were the only ones. And my experience is I was managing several hundred millions in carbon credits, my former position at First Climate, and the only direction market were going at that time were going down. And we were selling, and we were not going back to the product developer and asking for a refund. That was our risk, bad luck, prices were gone. So can you tell me an example how that works for both sides being satisfied with it?
No, very simple, transparency and information about markets. Yeah. Because yes, you are right, you are taking risks, but, and I mentioned the World Bank because they initially really took a lot of risks where people were not taking. But if you are selling the credits without knowing what exactly the spot carbon price is today, no, but what I'm saying is today it's not transparent. You can't just sell your carbon credits knowing exactly what the spot market price is. This is part of the problem of the market not being developed enough that we have transparent information about what the carbon credit is and what the price is. So we do have a lot of people who have lack of information when they are selling the credits. They find great that there is these credits and they sell it, but then they don't even know. And I'm not only talking about price. Here in Brazil, there were cases, actually currently there are cases of even money laundering relating to carbon credits, okay? So the question of transparency on buying and selling in the markets and the pricing is an issue. And today, because the market is developed enough for people who are very active in the market, being buyers or sellers, but not developed sufficiently to be transparent, the buyers and sellers that are inside the market, they don't have interest to be very transparent on the pricing because they can game with it. Okay, but by the lack of transparency, some people may be selling these credits. Oh, it's an added price. I got added value, but I don't know exactly what this market is about. So I think that is part of the problem. The fact that the market, from the financial point of view, is not properly transparent and we don't know what the spot price is. It's as simple as that. And clearly, as you were saying, sometimes it was really well-intentioned and very important that the World Bank decided to buy carbon credits at the time for $5 because it took a high risk. Nobody was buying these credits. But if I was selling this and I don't know exactly what the market is, and I see later on the $30 and I didn't know what the evolution could be or not, I can claim that this was not fair. So this issue of transparency is a very delicate issue. And beyond that, we have on the top of it the off-taker contracts, because it's not only about the pricing, but the conditions that can come in these contracts, which are also not transparent.
I mean, just one more sense. I mean, I agree if you're talking about primary markets. So if somebody's selling the credits and this company is turning around and selling it double the price at the same time, I absolutely agree. But if the market conditions in general are turning and prices are going up and the credits are changing hands in between, there's no way that the original seller can benefit from these price movements. I mean, that's impossible. I absolutely agree. And what we did in my former company, First Climate, was that if we have a primary mandate to sell carbon credits from a specific project, we never agreed on a fixed price. Where we said, okay, we can kind of guarantee a minimum price, and everything above you can participate with X%. And that was fine. Yeah, but that works only in the primary market. In the secondary market, doesn't work. No. Okay.
I know this way already.
Yes, just to know what could be the potential expectation of any investor in a likely change of government in terms of climate action in Brazil.
It's difficult to say because, for example, even the candidates of right wing in Brazil are giving carbon markets classes on the YouTube. So I think there will be support to the carbon markets. Now, I think the question is going to be the quality on whether there will be, because you see, for example, forestry projects, obviously investors, particularly international investors, don't want to be associated to problems with environmental licensing. And as I was mentioning, investors actually are interested to have things that don't bring to them liabilities. You are not going to get into a carbon market, which is already something you are doing, to demonstrate you're offsetting or doing good, to then go to projects that could bring you additional liabilities relating to lack of consultation, inclusion, and so on. So there could be, yes, okay, and I've seen that in Brazil before. When I was in IDB with investors for the bond market, at the time, the sovereign bonds, there were comments and visions of some of the investors, for example, Nordic countries saying, I'm not sure I want to invest in this government currently here because I have a lot of questions about
social impacts or perspective, or even the perception that the projects could be, or the investments considered as not socially inclusive and so on, and bringing hands to them a liability. So certainly this can have an impact, but I think we need to see what happens really on the ground, because at the same time, it's interesting to see that right or left, for example, sectors like restoration in Brazil, or for the fact that we have a lot of renewables and could scale solutions like sustainable aviation fuels or green hydrogen, that it does make sense to support those initiatives independent of political cycles. That said, I've seen already in the past, for example, on the bond market, a strong push to say, I will do investments on sustainability because I don't want to have liabilities. So it's a good point, if you are deforesting, you can't then pretend that you are restoring at the same time. So that's kind of thing on, if the regulations in terms of licensing and sustainability go backwards, it's not a good sign for investors that are willing to do more sustainable business to come in.
Yeah, then thanks very much, Maria. I think we enjoyed really this interesting discussion on this topic. So again, a warm thank you from all of us. Yes, yeah, Havana. Yeah, and I think we have not really space because we are directly moving to the next session. We have already our second guest lecturer here. So warm welcome also for Laura Albuquerque. We were just training it. So maybe you can also go there to take your seat. And I think you're already used to this scenario. We will have first a short intervention from Marcus to set the scene. So as you can see also from the program, we are switching now to monitoring, reporting and verification and the design of performance risk. And then afterwards, we are curious and to listen to Laura's presentation. And Laura is from the First Climate Group, but I think you will shortly introduce yourself. And exactly. So once you're ready, you can also go in front and Marcus can already then start. But thank you very much for coming. And I think I forgot to say, but I think both Maria and Laura will be attending also the cocktail this afternoon. So will you also have time to shortly talk to them or also later in the next coffee break.
Yeah, that was interesting add-on to the stakeholder engagement and some thoughts from the front end of the market. The next one might be similar, and it's about MRV design and also the permanence risk, where the permanence risk, as I experience it at the moment, is one of the major subjects that is discussed in the market, especially if it comes to removals. I mentioned that already a few times. Talking about MRV, these three letters is monitoring, reporting, and verification. And the most challenging is, of course, the monitoring itself. So a developer has to measure the emission reductions or emissions removed by themselves. And that needs to be in line with the monitoring reporting obligations under the specific methodology. And then the activity data needs to be collected, maybe stoves, distributors, hectares protected, methane units destroyed, however you name it. And then certain emission factors need to be applied. This is part of also the PDD and the monitoring report. Some methodologies have pages of formulas and calculations that all need to be applied, and then it needs to be reported to the standard. And the standard made it public available. I don't know how many monitoring reports I've read in my life, but hundreds. And normally, if it's not the first monitoring report, which very often is asking for clarifications, requests, anything, normally it is relatively smooth, and sometimes there are discussions about the number of credits for certain reasons, depending on the project and on the methodology. But normally, after it's reported, they will be verified from an accredited third-party verification body, and they confirm the monitoring data as long as there are no red flags on that. Normally, most standardized frequency is annual reporting. In very, very large projects, sometimes it's even every half year. There's definitely a request for event-triggered verifications if there are any fires or any disruptions regarding the project. Still mentioned here again this critical relation between the verifier and his task. He's hired by the project developer, which is in general not a problem. But as you may know from the yearly account audits, that has been changed many years ago already, after experience with some of the major auditing companies, especially. No, I won't mention any names. You know the stories, and now there's an obligation to change the auditor every, I'm not sure, 4 years, I think. So you have to switch to one of the others of the 4 major bulge bracket companies in that area, and that might be a solution for the verification year as well. So that will solve those problems, because you're getting kind of biased if you work very long for one project or one company, and then it's better to switch and bring in a new view on that project. So what are the major factors here that do count? I mean, monitoring frequency, I mentioned it. It's annually. That is adequate for most NBS or cookstove projects, and that can be done at relatively low cost with regard to any single projects that is involved, or any single cookstove in that case. Or it must be event triggered, especially if it comes to real reversal detections. High frequency, of course, improves quality, but raises costs on the other side. Again, if you want credibility, it has its flip side with regard to cost. And next one is that you looking, or there's a strong direction of reducing costs of monitoring with regard to digital MRV processes. So satellite remote sensing is dramatically reducing costs. Here are a couple of examples, especially if it comes to large forest areas. There is no other way around it. And I would tell you in a couple of slides that will come how that in general works and how it is calculated. Independence problem, I touched it. So a result, one solution might be that there's an obligation to change the verifier, and also the level of default factors you look at. Some projects, cookstoves, for example, they're using their main factor from government estimated factors. This non-renewable fraction of biomass that is a factor that comes from the governments, but there are also different levels of security. You can talk default factors from IPCC, or you bring it down to project-specific measurements. So how does digital monitoring work these days? Looking at deforestation, it's not a nice thing, but if it comes to monitoring, it's the easier version. Because if you compare 2001 to 2016 here on those pictures, there is no doubt what happened and how much biomass has been left here in that particular area. So these are satellite pictures, and they're showing from we had that example of this Pacific Atlantic Highway. If there's a road, something starts to grow around it. In this case, I don't know where it is. It is a big city and also agriculture activities starting. So this is what you can easily obtain. If you turn that around and want 2001 being like 2016, go back again to what it used to be in 2001, that's much more difficult, because you have to measure what came on top of it and how much biomass have been produced throughout the monitoring period. And this is a very, very simplified way how that usually works. What is quite common now, but not everywhere and widely accepted, is the concept of a digital twin. The digital twin concept wants to avoid that there is the number of site visits. That's the major thing. If it comes to forestry, if it comes to soil enhancement, taking examples locally at the site, especially if you're talking about soil, it's not just to dig in a little bit in the soil and take one example. You have to dig 1 meter deep and 1 by 1 meter square and have to analyze all the layers that you found there, bring them to a laboratory, find out how much CO2 is potentially stored in these layers, and then collect all these numbers. And this you have to do it every 5 years or so. That costs a fortune. But still necessary if it comes to soil. If it comes to forestry, it's a bit easier, since that's difficult to say. I mean, normally, if you look at single tree, 80% of the CO2 savings are above the ground, and 20% are below. If you look at the whole, let's say, biodiversity environment around a tree, it's much, much more. Because we're talking about the bacteria that is in line in line with the tree and is changing the soil around the tree. We're talking about mushrooms that are growing, that are interacting with the roots of the tree. And then we're talking more about something like 50-50 or so. So 50 above and 50 below the surface. So, and that's why you normally, if you want to find out what the potential savings of a forest are, you have to do at least a couple of these actions that are mentioned here. So, bit of a soil, at least you have to measure the trees. That goes quite easy now, since Apple introduced a laser detection in his iPads. It's load a software and an app, take the iPad, turn around, and you can measure all the trees that are in line once you've turned around, and you can use that as the basis. So you take these numbers, which do describe the current status of a forest. If it's a large area, you have to work with examples again, and then you find out the best way to do it is looking at what is the general landscape. Is that a hill? Is that a north side? Is it a south side? Is it down in a valley? So taking examples from different locations in that forest, and bring these numbers you find into a digital model. So you build a digital model of that forest, supported by satellite pictures, and then you start measuring the impact and the influence from weather and other incidents that have an impact on the growth of that forest. And you bring these numbers into your digital twin and calculate parallel what the biomass growth will be over a certain point of time. So collecting data, feeding this data into the model, calculating the growth, then again taking samples at regular intervals to calibrate the model again. And then it's getting better and better. And then if there are correction, and then finally you normally, if there are no very strong impacts like long-lasting droughts or any pests or the beetle occurring there, you can relatively easy calculate and take the numbers from the model. So that reduces the need for physical verification at the site very significantly. And this is very roughly the way it works. There are deviations in all directions from that model. In smaller areas, drones can be used. With that, they are very, very correct numbers. They do deliver to calibrate your digital model. So what technologies are used? Remote sensing is one of them. The other, what is more and more common are IoT sensors. There is a methodology in the removal sector that is burying biomass underground. So it takes biomass residues from different sources, puts it into a hole, and they cover it and make it really protected against any excess of oxygen. But and inside this area are sensors that are connected to a measurement system and can be followed via a dashboard on the computers that are connected to it. And there you can really see online what is going on in this biomass. Is there any action with regard to methane production? Is there any oxygen active and is forcing any change of the composition of the biomass? So it's important that it's kept away from oxygen. The other one that is closely related to what I described before is, of course, AI. AI can learn from those models and can even more precisely predict the development of the growth of the biomass involved. The fourth thing here on digital MRV is digital registry in blockchain. I personally was involved for a couple of years in a project with the World Bank, how to bring different carbon markets together by using blockchain technology. Unfortunately, it ended up with the result that it doesn't make sense because all the systems are already in place, even without blockchain. And blockchain makes sense if there's a system that is self-controlled. So if there's no one looking at it, and you as somebody who gets involved via buying any currency or so from the blockchain, and you need to have to make sure that you are the owner, and the blockchain protocol is providing that guarantee. If there are registries involved, if there are public entities involved that have a look at it, the more there are, the less it makes sense to use blockchain just in transferring and operating carbon credits. It makes sense in running a project because blockchain gives you the opportunity just to click certain boxes if one part of the project cycle has been worked out, and then it will jump automatically to the next level, and you can get involved many participants that via blockchain can follow that project. But on the general trading and also running registries under blockchain didn't make sense, not a couple of years ago so far. So the registries are definitely in need for more digital, let's say, smartness, cleverness, because you all know if you open the document page of a long-term project under Vera or CDM or Gold Standard, there's a list of documents completely mixed, not even sorted by vintage or so, and you have to find the right documents that give you the information you're looking for, and that's still a nightmare, I think. So that definitely needs a proper handling via digital and also AI support. Yeah, I mean, the next thing that is pretty much related to the monitoring here is the permanence risk, because under monitoring, a reversal risk or something that is brings the project to a halt is definitely asking for a new verification. And if it comes to removals, it's absolutely key. I have to come back to one statement I made yesterday, and that was about, does Article 6.4 require buffer pools, which is closely related to the permanence risk. My answer was no, and it was right, but I had to add so far, because there is a requirement under Article 6.4 to do a reversal assessment. And the discussion about how much of the issued credits had to go to a buffer pool is still under discussion and highly dependent on the particular results of the reversal risk assessment you do for a project. So this will come, but it's not implemented so far, and that seems like the projects that are registered under 6.4 do not face any strong reversal risk. A classification, just to name a few methodologies, which avoidance projects do face the highest permanence risk. On top is everywhere is REDD+, water deforestation and reforestation, and also soil carbon sequestration, because these activities are permanently in danger. So especially soil, that's one, you know, that if you change your agriculture approach to going from fertilizer-based agriculture to bio-based, humus-based agriculture, there's no requirement to turn the top of the soil around every year. The opposite is the case. So you have to keep it in peace, so that the humus is able to form, and that the little bacteria that are living there are able to transform the remaining biomass in the ground to a useful fertilizer, bio-based fertilizer of that field. And if somebody, for whatever reasons, destroy the surface of the soil, it's gone. I mean, then it's over and you have to start again from zero. Medium risk is here agroforestry, blue carbon, biochar. Biochar, most importantly here is the relation between hydrogen and carbon, and that depends on the temperature in which the biochar is produced. And that also means that in these called Contiki digesters, that these are the very simple ones that are used in developing countries to produce biomass, the temperature is relatively low. It's not higher than 150, 200 degrees. And this more than 100 years permanence requires temperatures closer to 700 degrees, and this is definitely not the case then in those smaller biochar production sites. So biochar is not biochar. Have a look at the HC relation. The lower the HC relation is, the more of the hydrogen has evaporated and the more stable the molecular structure of the biochar is. Good. Not surprisingly, the lowest reversal risk and permanence risks are in industrial processes, renewable energy, methane destruction. I mean, nothing that can be reversed there in these areas. So yeah, I mean, coming to an end here, just one word on buffer pools. It's a wide range, as mentioned. It lies between 5 and the highest I've seen, 35% that needs to be taken from an existing project that is issuing credits into the buffer pool. Buffer pool, again, I mentioned that yesterday, is an insurance. So it's not the buffer pool of that particular project. It's a buffer pool for all the projects for one methodology. So, and the reason these buffer pools were run is that if you, as a buyer, offset emissions from 1 year and many years later there is a reversal and probably part of the forests are burning down, then you can't reverse your offsetting activity. And then a corresponding number of credits from that pool will be retired to equalize the calculation here. That is the original thing behind it. So it's a portfolio diversification. Good. I think that's it. Are there any questions?
No, you're already doing my job.
Yeah.
Great. I think we can already see the effect that it was already quite a long day, second day. Oh, yeah, you look a bit tired. So then I would say let's directly continue with the intervention from Laura. And if you have questions, we can then maybe combine them for both of you afterwards. So with this, I think, Laura, the floor is yours. And afterwards, there's a short break before we have the last session. So you're doing good. And do not look on the European time.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. I will share. Yes, I'll share in a moment. I'll share my slides, but I'll just say good afternoon to everyone first of all, before sliding you a little bit more during this afternoon. So, I'm Laura. I'm a co-founder and director at Future Climate. Also a professor on climate change and low carbon transition and post-grad universities in Rio, the Federal University, and also IBMEC. Nice to be here. Thank you so much to give me the opportunity to share a little bit in terms of a case that we have. And I just wanted to comment a little bit very quickly on the previous interventions that you guys made with Maria. I don't know if I don't think she's still here. But as also a project developer, I can't not mention how I'm happy to hear that it's clear that a lot of the risk of the project is with the developer. So this is something important to be with you, like in terms of the baseline. And also when we talk about the transparency of prices in the carbon market, we really need to talk about prices and qualify a little bit more these informations in terms of scale of the project, scalability, and also type, because the costs are completely different. We are, as I was mentioning, a group that we are carbon credit developers for nature-based and also tech-based solutions. So the projects really vary in terms of price and costs for the developer. So this is something that I want to share, but we are also a consultancy company helping companies on decarbonizing strategies. And just because I saw in one of the slides, I don't know which one, in April, we acquired the portfolio from Pachama. So all the restoration projects that were in the market, they are all now under our management. So we do have nature-based solutions projects in terms of restoration and conservation, and tech-based on carbon capture of bioenergy, BECCS, and also biogas and some renewables ones. So introduction quickly made. What I thought about bringing for you in this afternoon, as asked by the organization and so on. I brought one REDD+ case to share with you. It's the project called Rio Madeira. It's in the north of Amazon. I will show you maps and so on. Especially to share with you a little bit in terms of all the activities from our side that we need to do, so that we can really prove the management of all the requirements of the standards and so on. And there is something that it's important to, I believe you all have been hearing a lot of carbon market these last days, but there is something that it's important for us to have as a starting point. That means a few years ago, when we talked about carbon market, it was a lot of projects basically, if you could summarize in a rough way here, they would be like a checklist in terms of what I see, what's in the report, what's in the requirement, what's in the report and what's in the requirement. And we saw for the last few years a real change in terms of what's expected from the off-takers, but also with all the new guidelines of integrity in terms of we really want to see what's in the territory. We don't want a checklist. So this is something that really changed and that gave a key driver for the way we make the management in this project specifically. Okay, so I'll share my slides now. Okay, in some screens it's not fitting so perfectly, but it's fine. So the Rio Madeira project is a REDD+ project, avoided deforestation. It's located in between the state of Amazonas and also the state of Rondônia here in Brazil in the Amazon. It has a size of more than 52,000 hectares. And in the long term of the 30 years of the project, we estimate more than 50 million tons of CO2 and 10% of all the revenue that will be received from the selling of the carbon credit will be reinvested in the stakeholders and the social environmental projects of the program of the project. We are already in the 5th monitoring report of this project. So this is something that has been due diligenced by an amount of different off-takers. And regarding financing, I think it's really important to state here for you as development banks that the full funding of this project was all from the selling of carbon credits from the start. So to say that, because it's not easy to keep the project up, basically run it by the selling of the carbon credits. And that, considering the different timelines, not timelines, the different amounts of monitoring reports that the off-takers take, we as project developers, we manage the project in a different, let's say, cycle, considering the lifetime of the project. So I sold, for instance, the 3 first monitoring reports, and now I really need to sell the next 3 and the next 3 and the next 3, so that all the impact can be really permanent. Because there is no way, I don't know, that there is one case that all the offtake needed to a carbon credit was ever paid for the full lifetime of the project. So this is something really important when project financing and making all the financials of the project, to see how much is going to be really available from the carbon selling in the project. We are like happy and honored that this has been working, because it's a project that we are really proud of, but it hasn't been easy at all. So just to share a bit with you. So as I mentioned, we are already in the 50th report, and we are in the 50th report because we have a number of different initiatives in place. So, okay. So just giving a little bit more, as I mentioned, this is a private project. This means no FPIC was needed, because all the private owners, the land owners and farmers of this land, they were completely on board to develop the project. But you see in another, I'll give it the space to this slide where I mentioned that. But just for you to understand that this is really under the deforestation arc, and in 2 Brazilian states that have some particularities in terms of the state environmental law. So this makes the project a little bit more difficult when you talk about certificates, licensing, and so on. So as I mentioned, the total amount that we have already generated in the project in terms of results and what we estimate in terms of project duration. In the beginning of the project, the shared value with the, let's say, the benefit sharing with the communities around the reference area of the project was 2.5%, and now it's going to be, and since 2023 actually, it's 10%. And we intend to keep this 10% or even increase this 10% depending on the pricing that we get with the new off-takers of the project. Because all of this cost structure has been really a specific topic in all the negotiations. The off-takers, they really want to understand what's the cost of the monitoring, what's the cost of all the surveillance, what's the cost of, for the project management. They really drill down in terms of how we are structuring the price of the carbon credit, and considering the different costs that we have in the project. So talking about integrity, how do we see integrity in this project? I'm sharing the slides, so please, you don't need to read or take pictures. They will be with you. But mainly in 5 dimensions when we talk about integrity. Additionality, we are always have a really conservative baseline with the calculations that we do. We consider not only the financial attractiveness and the project barriers and also the common practice in the region, but also, as I mentioned, the quantification. The project really assesses and mitigates the risks of leakage. We really understand we really not only brainstorm and discuss in the territory the possibilities of leakage in terms of if we avoid the deforestation here, is this going somewhere else or not? And the measures that we need to do to monitor that. In terms of co-benefits and safeguards, in terms of the SDG, stakeholder engagement, the safeguards and biodiversity, I will show to you in a few minutes how we make the full monitoring of the biodiversity, and also how we did the stakeholder engagement, and we keep doing it continuously, so that we can always give the evidences that the off-takers usually ask us for. In terms of permanence, you'll see also in a few minutes how we weekly follow any type of deforestation risk or sign that we have in the project. And in terms of governance, we have agreed contractually with the landowners what is going to be the structure of governance of the project. What are their roles and what is our roles as project developer? Who does what? And this was something that when established the governance of the project, the transparency was a consequence, and also the management was a consequence. The improvement of transparency and improvement of governance as well. So just for you to have like the full picture of the project, until 2024, this was a project that we really were focusing on creating the roots on the ground, because the communities around, although the landowners were on board, the communities around the landowners, they were not on board. They didn't know what the benefits could be. So this was a period that we really needed to consult and listen to the local community, understand their needs on how they could be positively or negatively impacted by the project. And from last year on, we are really entered in a cycle that is improving, as you saw with the amount of how much is going to be invested in the social environmental impact programs, and improving also the technology of the monitoring of the project. And from 2030 on, we intend to really leave a legacy after everything is finished in terms of the monitoring that the project is intending in terms of the period actually of the life cycle of the project. So just drilling a little bit down in terms of project governance. As I mentioned, it was really important for the project to have who does what, because we have 4 landowners. Dealing with landowners is it's not simple at all. Dealing with money and landowners is even more complex. So we needed to really draw a governance structure, define the roles and responsibility, structure a committee that is responsible for the project's funds and how the financing is going to be applied. And this wouldn't be, we wouldn't have success in this project if the governance wasn't established like in the beginning, in the real beginning of the project. Everything that I'm sharing with you guys, everything needs costs, needs flying to the project, needs meeting, everything has a cost here, and I'm only talking about the project governance. And in addition, also to the committee of the funds, we also have a compliance team that follows specific rules of compliance and makes the full following and reoccurring compliance of the landowners' legal requirements, and if they are like completely on and approved in terms of compliance documentations. And just for you to have an idea in terms of how we share the responsibilities, so we are the project general coordination, we make all the communications with the standards, the technical monitoring, the documentation and the compliance, the implementation of the social environmental activities, also the financial management and the carbon credit commercialization. So the selling is also up to us. And the landowners have the responsibility to make the forest conservation, implement and maintain what is agreed in terms of the physical structure and that the project needs, the monitoring and the surveillance, the logistical support, and the implementation of the activities in the environmental and the co-benefits that we stated in the programs. Just to give you a reference, when we look how corporate social investments in Brazil are, the average of the investment in Brazil is 0.55%, and the project uses from this year on 10% to the impact fund that makes the social and environment activities. And as I was saying, just sharing a little bit more with you in terms all the activities that's like on on the management and daily management of the project. There is the due diligence process, the full data collection, checking with the institutions that make all the issuance of certificates. I don't know how to say cartório in English, if someone knows. Cartório. Registers, yes. Legal registers, yes. So all the requests of additional information and so on, so that we can have the risk of specifically linked to the due diligence process always mapped, because we can have a new off-taker anytime the project needs to be really read for due diligence process. And when we talk about the MRV, I'll show another few slides in the dashboard, and please let me know how much time I still have as well. But just for you to have like the 3 blocks of monitoring, report, and verification of the project specifically. So in terms of monitoring, all the project area monitoring is done with satellite images and surveillance. We have weekly forest monitoring, so all the images of satellites are weekly put one into another, overlaid, thank you so much, overlaid, so that we understand if there is any risk, and if, depending on the size of that risk, we trigger on-site visit to verify what has happened. And sometimes it is something that the mayor office is implementing. Until today, it hasn't been anything illegal. And also we make the leakage area monitoring, and also the occupational safety monitoring, the fauna and flora monitoring, the fire monitoring as well. For the fire monitoring, use the national database that is available publicly, but it's not available publicly specifically for the coordinates of the project. So we needed to extract the data and by an algorithmic make it how we can see specifically the coordinates of the project. And also the socioeconomic activity monitoring. In terms of reporting, all the monitoring reports, the communication channels in our website, and also by WhatsApp on the territory, the communication procedures, we have established like the compliance manual, also a stakeholder manual to leave it very clear how to reach any responsible for the projects if needed, the public reports and community participation. And in terms of verification, as already mentioned, the third-party verification and all the monitoring reports, they are developed by us, following all the audits, the documentation needed, and responding to any non-conformance analysis. And as I was mentioning, just to share with you, as I said, 4 different farms, 4 different landowners, and each territory with different stakeholders. So each one of them have their stakeholder mapping for each farm differently. And we have mapped all of them, heard all of them, and they all have a social and environment and biodiversity impact assessment available. In terms of FPIC, as I mentioned, considering it's a private area, there was no need for FPIC, but we did establish a specific relationship and made FPIC with the key beneficiaries of the area. That is specifically a school that receives benefits from the selling of carbon credits, the farm employees, and also settlements that are around a few of the different farms. As also I mentioned, the biodiversity conservation and monitoring program, all the areas have been identified in terms of how they are adherent or not in terms of being a high conservation area, and which type of species are threatened in those areas. And we monitor those as well. And giving you a little bit more in terms of the managing field risks with intelligence and how we do that. As I was saying, in one of the lines of permanence and monitoring, there was the field risk, the fire risk. And how do we manage the fire and the field risk? Through, as I said, following all the satellites image and also the public database on fire. So we established an operation plan, risk analysis training with the stakeholders that were identified to be relevant to this topic. We monitor all the threats, and depending on the classification of that threat, it will trigger an alert, and depending it would be a response or an site verification or just a register under the project log. And depending, it will be a response in the field to make the damage mitigation if anything happens. So just in terms of steps, first, the remote sensing, supporting the decision making, supporting effective response, and means and measurements. So these 4 steps give us how we make the field management, the field risk management. And this is just an example for you in terms of the risk when we started the project and everything that we mapped along the way, the type of response protocol that we establish, and how the risk analysis prioritized in terms of a risk matrix. We also have the risk analysis BI I will show and share with you. An operational code of conduct was also established for all the stakeholders depending on their layer of intervenance within the project. And the full monitoring and field presence has been really important to make us feel comfortable and trust in what's happening in the field, and also to give this trust to the off-takers that have already purchased this project. This is the example of the dashboard that I mentioned that we daily and weekly present. I will share a little bit more with you quickly, just for you to have an idea of how we 1 second. Did I stop it? No. Okay. So it's just a Power BI where we can not sharing.
We can see it on the, at least online. It's no, now it disappeared.
Yeah, let me try again. Yep. Not in the screen, but I see that you already see here, right? Okay. Now. So this is just an example of any occurrence that we receive through the WhatsApp or that we monitor weekly. We have a log with everything that has ever happened in the project, and also with the coordinates. So we can like have the geo-reference of the occurrence mapped, and the type of occurrence as well. So did we need to send people to the field or not? So we can follow this weekly and give like a zoom and understand like where, in which instance, what type of occurrence happened. So we have the full project mapped in the Power BI to understand what type of action was taken. For instance, when you visit, what was needed to do, who went, what happened, and so on. The log is all geo-referenced for anyone interested in the project to understand a little bit more of how the monitoring is established. Okay, so just coming a little back to the presentation and to share a little bit with you in terms of the first thing that I mentioned, that everything that we do in terms from the project management, the project governance establishment, and the whole monitoring activities that I mentioned, everything has a cost. And when we look to this project, and this is a project that has considerable scale, it's more than 50,000 hectares. So for smaller projects, this type of costs, they really change. But just to give you an idea, so that we can have the weekly satellite images, to have the remote intelligence, to have the in-field, on-field intelligence as well. Annually, the costs are $330,000. So to sell a carbon credit, we really need it to be a good price. And we also understand that as much as more monitoring we have and as much technology we also invest, in terms of how the methodology evolves, we also reduce the non-permanence risk of the project, which means that we can generate more credits because the area is even more surveillance, so the risks of having external deforestation in the project reduces as well. And today, from the fifth, considering that we are in the fifth monitoring report of the project, we already measured that having a good monitoring reduced the non-permanence risk in 5%. So this is also something that we would like to share with you all. And not only this type of costs are relevant, but also the legal and compliance costs that are additional to those. So I would say that the baseline for having everything set up to annually have the project established would have this additional 60,000 annual cost, considering all the payments for the registries and so on that we need, and also certificates that need to be updated in any type of due diligence that has ever needed in the due diligence process, okay? And I also added here, I didn't add it here, okay. There is another cost that is not here, but it's around 35 US dollars annually, that some off-takers, they ask for the rating of the project. So this is something that we have been also adding in the costs, depending on the type of off-taker and the type of due diligence that we are going to go through. So just for you guys to have like the overall, my baseline is around 400 US dollars annually. Yes, to keep this size and this type of project on. And yeah, I think this is everything that I wanted to share with you. We can go to the Q&A, but I would just close saying that it's not a financial structure that is efficient for the project developer, because we don't have the off-taker, we can't maintain $400,000 annually for the projects. And then we lose quality, we lose integrity, and then we enter into a negative cycle. But the idea here was really to share a case with you all guys, just to give maybe some ground and a project to be discussed. And I'm happy to answer any type of questions if.
Yeah, thank you very
free.
much. Oh. Especially also to being really so concrete about the project. I think it was really interesting. So, are there any questions? No, ladies first. Yeah, save mind.
Thank you, Laura, for the presentation. Really great job. So bravo. In Morocco, we are really in the beginning of setting up the infrastructure of this market, and there is a confusion around the ownership of the MRV. Should the focal point be the owner or the project developer? So how the data is shared between the focal point and the project developer? So if you can just give us a clarity on this.
Yes. From our experience, considering all the technical demands in terms of methodology and reports, we as project developers have been usually the responsible for the full, let's say, management of the monitoring. But the implementation of the project has been the focal point or the proponent. Okay. You mean the LOA when we are talking about the host country? And yes, yeah, the focal point, yes.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and congratulations for this project. Just a couple of specific questions. The first one is just to know where the methodology applied by the project has been recognized by ICBCM. Also, what is the main deforestation driver? What is the main, deforestation driver that you have for the establishment of the baseline of the project, and finally, what is the average cost of each carbon credit that you are producing?
Okay, so the first one was regarding, sorry, if it's recognized by the ICVCM, right? Okay, so until the fifth monitoring report, it was under VERA. So the ICVCM was really new, so it wasn't recognized. And now the methodology does not exist anymore. So we are transitioning to, it was VM double 15, and now it's VM 48. So we are transitioning, and it hasn't yet been under the ICVCM yet. I don't know if Marcus has any updates. I don't have yet. And regarding the second question, sorry.
Yes, for the establishment of the baseline, what were the main deforestation drivers that you identified?
The key driver was the cattle production. So the whole, the 4 farmers, they have cattle production, and the other farmers around also have cattle production. But these 4 farmers, they were really compliant in terms of the legal reserves and the additionality, and they, from the starting point, they understood that keeping the forests were important for the whole equilibrium of the area. So, but let's say the neighbors weren't. So they are the real pressures of deforesting the region. In addition to that, because they are a little bit, there is a specific farmer that has the settlements. And agriculture for the settlements was also a driver for deforesting part of the region as well.
And finally, the average cost of the carbon credits?
Yes, in terms of the costs, it really, I would say that we have been selling our, not only this project, but most of the REDD+ project around $8 and $14 the ton. And the average of the monitoring under this price is like 80% is the monitoring cost.
Thank you.
When we talk about REDD+, when we talk about projects like ARR, then it's like 20% because the capex is like really high, and the capex for the REDD+ is high.
Tuledu wants me to ask a question on how do you ensure that the carbon credit commercialization model is structured to ensure environmental integrity and prevent large corporations from using your portal for greenwashing. Do you have control of the back end of the portal? And do these companies have real-time stats?
Yeah. This is a really hard question because it's a third part, but we do know and know your client assessment to understand the motivations of the client. This means that we have sold credits for oil and gas companies. We have sold carbon credits for steel industry because they wanted to offset, and they wanted to offset in terms of a project that had benefits and also the additional CCB standards and so on. I didn't even mention that, but we do the know your client to understand the motivations, and we really we can't say that it's greenwashing because we can't monitor all the statements that are made by each company that use the carbon credits. But we really understand carbon credits as the transition element for the hard to abate sectors. So that's how we understand they are going to be offsetting their emissions so that they can further provide the decarbonization that they really need to do.
Just one for myself.
Sure.
Just linked to Chris's question, for me, I want to understand for this specific project how you would have structured the insurance around this for the financiers, and at what stage do you do reporting or monitoring? I'm not sure for insurance.
Yeah. For all this, the selling that we made for this project specifically, no off-taker asked for the insurance, but we made different quotations in the market and also offered for other projects. And it was around like 2 to 3% of the cost, if I'm not wrong. And it's usually the type of insurance regarding a shortfall, like a non-delivery. This is the type of insurance that we have used until today. So no other type of insurance in terms of the project finance in the beginning we have done yet. Yes. Yes. So it's CCP approved. We had the answer. Marcus just gave.
Well, good. Congratulations.
Yes.
What has been the use reported by the buyers of carbon credits? Mainly compensation of
mainly
carbon footprint.
Yes, mainly compensation of the emissions, the annual emissions for scope 1, 2, and sometimes 3. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Laura. It's very good to have you here in BNDES. As seeing your presentation and seeing the complexity of this project, I'm asking, what is your vision on how do we scale this type of project? Because it's so complex.
Yes. Marta, this is a very hard question because we have all the financial barriers, as I already mentioned. I'm not going to cry here for you guys. But one of the, now much more linked maybe to an advocacy that we also did in the past years. We can't rely only on private projects. So one of the strategies that we have been trying and talking to the government is evolving to the jurisdictional, when talking about nature-based projects, to scale to the jurisdictional type of project, because when we talk about conservation units, when we talk about the public forests, we're talking about another size of scalability of projects. The methodologies are different, the type of involvement, the responsibility of the local government is much more strict. It's quite different to be a developer and build the relationship with for farmers, and be a developer, build the relationship with for farmers and with the local government and with the federal government. So it's the number of stakeholders is much more hard. But when we look in terms of the medium long term, that would be the way to scale. But there is a small solution that I've been like seeing in the labs and in the discussions. There is really having I don't know the specific name, but have a fund for the first preparation and planning of the projects that are non-reimbursable. Yes, so that the project developers can make the full assessment of the area, the risks, and this does not imply to the project developer, but to a fund that's non-reimbursable, so that we can understand the territory and see how we can scale private projects more. So this is, let's say, one step, and the jurisdictional would be like 10 steps ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much again. Really, I think it was really interesting presentation. So,
thank you.
And also, so we have now a short coffee break from roughly about 10 minutes, and also Laura will be joining us later also in the cocktail. So also take the time to talk to her, and enjoy now the break before we have our last session. Yeah. So finally, we are reaching the last session of the day 2. I think it was again like a really long discussion. Oh, you're sitting here. Great, good. So I would say if you can start sharing your screen, because we are now technical really experts now. And so we are now listening to the Floresta Plus project, which is also the project which we will visit on during the site event. And I'm really happy to look forward to see you. What's the project about?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Marcos Cardoso. I'm the head of the environmental department. It's very nice to have you here at the bank and Brazil as well. So I'm with my colleague here, Rodrigo Tosta. He will put a presentation to us. I'm going to talk briefly about two topics. One is the Pro Floresta, which is the main point here. I will not dispute with the happy hour because that's unfair, yes, with the, I will lose, of course. But here we're going to talk briefly on the Pro Floresta, but before, please, Rodrigo. Let me tell you where it inserts on the strategy, okay? Yeah. So this is one of the main agendas at BNDES, the forest agenda that we have been developing these 3 years. So the idea is, usually BNDES has been working with grants, okay, which is the Amazon Fund. Maybe it's the most famous source of investments that we have with 9 countries. People already mentioned here, it's a very, we are very happy about this fund. But we had to say, how can we go beyond that? How can we encourage businesses, innovation? This is not easy, as if you put the private sector, they won't go. For especially eucalyptus in Brazil, they have a huge history of success. You probably know, but there was a lot of investments, public investments in the 70s, in the 80s. Then the companies came, and then Brazil is one of the leaders in this field. But in native species, which is where we work, native species of the biomes, if you say, hey, invest billions, they won't do it. Yes, we all know, yeah, we are development banks. So this is something that we know we have to enter, so that the investor has to can know, I'm going to invest on this kind of species. Where is the IRR? When do I do the management of this wood? So for us to have this precise answer, we have to invest in innovation, in genetic investments. So this is one thing that we saw that was lacking on the sector, on the market. Another thing was, tomorrow Nabil will tell more about this, but for instance, we did concessions, forest concessions. There is a space here equivalent to the New England, to New Kingdom. Huge area that Brazil is doing the concession. This is a way for us to bring investment, especially to the Amazon region, because you all know we have problems. We have to invest more there to occupy it economically and with biodiversity. So we have this challenge, and the concession is a way for us to advance that. We put equity, a 1 billion investment on equity, because we have the climate fund, which is the loan, one of the best conditions. I'm going to tell you about that. One of the bases of the Pro Floresta, but we need equity. So BNDES put a 1 billion reais tranche in investments for equity. So telling you this, you have to take all the holes and to push the market. That's the idea. Of course, when we are doing that, we do it in our way, thinking about biodiversity and development strategy, including people. Yes, because if you had only a bond strategy, you wouldn't have it, for sure. This is not necessarily their worry. They worry about. And Pro Floresta is one of the key points of this. So, Rodrigo, please. Key points of this strategy. So all this that I'm saying is in this BNDES Florestas website. You can check if you are interested. Please go on. And just to tell you, summing up all this, we are talking about, in Brazil, it's a lot, 8.2 billion in investments, mobilizing BNDES and private capital, okay, in these strategies, these investments that I was telling there. 341 million trees are being planted, more than 86,000 green jobs are going to be are being created on the right now. So this is highly intensive in terms of investing, in terms of development. So that's why it's strategic for BNDES. So let me tell you now about Pro Florestas, which is the reason we are here. It's part of this. Profloresta is, and we developed that with Luca from ICS, that is our partner from day one on that. So this is something that we saw. This is a complete solution involving the purchase of carbon credits with financing for developers of ecological restoration projects with terms of up to 25 years. What we were seeing in the Brazilian market, we saw some good cases of scaling up, because everything here is about scaling up for us, right? But here we said we are scaling up investments in restoration, but we have few cases only. We have, for instance, Rio Green and Mombach, which were good cases in Brazil, but they had, I can't tell because this is public, contracts with Microsoft. But these contracts only, for instance, BNDES was providing the loan, we knew about it, but the market didn't know. And we had two cases. We don't make a sector with two cases, unfortunately. So we said we have to, how can we contribute to attract more companies to that? So one way was to develop a contract that everybody can know with high standards, social and environmental standards. The number of species, the number of years we are going to monitor that. So this is the contract, a public contract that was on public consultation, and a contract that is balanced between the developer, which is the weaker part, right? Because if you talk about the offtake, it's always a big company, and BNDES was a big financer. So you have a small guy there, which is the developer. But we were thinking about this contracting. How can we balance and this contract so that the rights and what the companies have to do is balance between who is buying, who is selling carbon credits. So this is one thing. The second thing is to bring a Brazilian company to that, because we only had the big techs, as you know, yes, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, yes, right? These are the ones that are buying carbon credits. And we said, well, Brazil has the 2030 target of net zero, as your countries do these targets, yes? Problem, many companies do. So we said, how can we attract these companies really into starting this strategy? So we talked to Petrobras, which is one of the big companies in Brazil, and they were interested in participating in that, which is what? Financing degraded areas in Amazon. Only degraded areas. So it's a high carbon credit, it's a high quality carbon credit, high integrated, because Petrobras were buying RED Plus projects, but they were, this is public again, having problems with the baseline project problems that you all know. So we are saying this is not, there's no discussion about it, because you have a degraded area, we are going to plant a forest of a number of species, of at least 30 species, okay? So this was something that was attractive. So we brought a Brazilian big company buying carbon credits. We had BNDES with the climate fund, which is the main source of financing, very cheap for that, saying if you win an auction that Petrobras is going to do, we are going to finance it. Of course, you have know your client stuff, but if you pass that, we are going to finance you. Petrobras is going to buy your carbon credits for 25 years. So this was important because it was the first time we are bringing a Brazilian company. This is important because we are going to review a contract that BNDES is willing to consider as a guarantee for the project. It's a project that was in consultation with 29 companies. Yes, Luca. They were giving suggestions for us to strengthen the project, the contract. And so we had 29 companies saying what is wrong, what is right about the contract. And we had a review the price, because when we were talking in the department about providing loans, some companies said, no, for me it's $30, okay, I can do that. I'm talking about ARR projects, same projects, okay? Someone said, no, 100, this is the minimum. I said, no, it's very different one from the other. What is the correct number? So if we have an auction, public auction, then we can review price. So this is the idea behind it also. So have a good contract and public contract, revealing price, and this contract can be a basis for everyone. It has a good base. So that's the idea behind the Profloresta. Please, Rodrigo. What is not, it's a credit, it's not a donation. Telling about a credit, BNDES condition is we can go to up to 25 years of term. The grace period, we can go 5 years, 5 to 8 years. So it's depends on the projects, because for instance, agri-forest project, we usually do it 4 years. Here you can do it for 5 years, depending on the speed of the project, right? And the interest rate, the final interest rate, if you have a bank guarantee, is 2.3%. 2.3%. It's very, very cheap if you consider, for instance, European conditions. And we can go up to 250 million reais per economic group per year. So we have a very good thing, because you have somebody that is good buying 5 million tons of carbon credits on this pilot phase, which is big, yes, if you consider even the Americans buying at once, like Petrobras. You have someone providing good conditions in terms of a loan. You have for Petrobras is great because it's a good contract, and it's there's a competition for the price. They're going to achieve the best price for them. Yes. So the credit, so it's another donation. We usually work a lot with donation. We work with credit. Here it's not red. I said it's restoration. So here to illustrate what I was saying, our Lucas here representing new ICS, but we developed with their support Imaflora and Agroequine. These are guys that are very, Laura, very good about the technicalities. Sometimes I got crazy because the guys were discussing like details and details. Look, I remember. But it's important. Yes, you have something strong. And they did this thing for a couple of months. And we attracted, we had the opportunity to have Matos Filho, which is a legal counsel, to develop this contract. Because we were in the interaction, I always say, guys, we have to put that in legal terms. Yes, Matos Filho was there making sure that they were translating the discussion into clauses. Please. So the idea here, please, you can pass. So this partnership that I was telling is for 15 million carbon credits. We did the first round of 5 million. So we have 10 million more with Petrobras to go. Please. Next one. So the first auction, up to 5 million, already said that. 15,000 hectares. We had 16 proposals received. We had space for 5 contracts. So this 5 million, Petrobras divided into 1 million, 1 million. It's wrong because it's actually 1 million, 2 million, 3 million contracts. So were 3 contracts, received 16 proposals, so 4 times, more than 4 times what we had space. Please. And the benefits, please, you can pass it. It's aligned with the public policy because we did also, of course, with the Ministry of Environment together. It's the largest initiative by a Brazilian company. You have an open benchmark for carbon credit prices. Please. It's replicable. That's what I'm going to tell you about the second round, because we're going to do a second round of this, incorporating more companies. So you can replicate that. For instance, you can incorporate public areas, because here talk about not necessarily public areas, but you can do it with public areas. You can adapt that to agri-forest. You can do many things based on the carbon credits contract and the legal structure that you have here. Please. You have synergy with other products that we have, for instance, the grants, the projects that we have, Restaura Amazônia, Floresta Viva. So all the chain of value there, you're creating seedlings, everything, because people don't want to take pictures, they want to sell this. So this idea is here, we can couple, create clusters of restoration in Brazil. That's what is behind that, if you do it strategically. Please. Social environmental impact, of course, this is direct. Please. That's with the success. We have the announcement. 3 companies were selected. Yes, Luca. They were like in the recourse right now, waiting for someone to if they're going to do a recourse. But we have the success, and now we did the Pro Floresta 2, which is the Pro Floresta 2 second phase. But go on. We have here developers, buyers, and BNDES doing the articulation. Please. Am I in front of anyone? Let me go this way. So the ecosystem here is what we did with Petrobras, we're going to do with high pegada de carbono. Martinha, me ajuda aí. Carbon footprint. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, this is the time without coffee. Sorry. BNDES bring together these companies. We have the regulated market, as you probably know, in Brazil, and the government established which are the companies that are doing this, has to do it first. So this is a natural candidates that we are going to talk to them right in a couple of days. So we bring these companies, we mobilize developers which are eager to have this because, as you saw, Microsoft was not. Yes, you saw that the news about Microsoft that they were pulling out or reducing the stake. So the company said we need. They went back, yes, but it happened. Yes, you get afraid of when they say that. So the developer said, please, we have to expand that. So it's good because of them. They are going to be happy. And then we have an auction environment on that. We're not only with Petrobras, now with other companies on that. So these companies are going to, this is something that we are testing with the companies. We talked to a few of them, but the idea is that, for instance, Rodrigo says, I'm going to buy 1 million carbon. And then Mustafa, which is much richer, says 3 million, 3 million tons. And then we can combine all these companies and do an auction together. Like we did with Petrobras, because we now have the contract. They have to, of course, take this contract, accept this contract, but I think it's, look, I think they are going to do that. They are going to accept the contract. So, okay, we have someone interested and we have the others that are, please, it's in Portuguese, I can translate. So the idea is that the developers, they do their offers to these companies. It's interesting because you do it simultaneously, you do it once, you take much more attention when you do that. And you open space, for instance, the first guy there, 1 million, they say, I want to do that in Cerrado. I don't know why, but we are not unhappy about it. Okay, you can buy it on Cerrado. The other one, Mustafa, 3 million, he says, I want it in Amazon, and I will anticipate payments, which is what the Americans do, right? He rich also, so he can do that. Tosta, he says, I can buy in anywhere, in any biome in Brazil, because now we are going to open, it's not only going to be Amazon. And he says, I'm not going to advance anything. So you are going to open space for everyone to put their own characteristics on that. And the developers are going to say, for instance, for me, I don't have money. I need advancement, so I'm going to Mustafa. The other one say, I prefer to receive a higher carbon credit price, so I'm going to Tosta, who is not going to pay. So you can easily adapt buyers and takers, right? So this is a model that we are developing right now. Of course, some can receive no offers, like I can say Rafael Stein, who is not here, that his risk is bad, so people can not put anything on them. And some developers can be written off, because there are some conditions on the project, okay, for you to participate. For instance, you have a minimum of 30 species, you have a minimum of 5% of the area. This area has to be degraded. The certification has to come from CCP. So you have to apply. When you apply your proposal, we check if you are respecting the characteristics of the auction. If not, you are eliminated, like in that one below there. After that, you have first finish the minimum price, the realistic price, and the minimal price, the best price. Yes. And then after that, each one celebrates this contract that we are doing, this base contract. Please, Tosta. So individual contracts, and BNDES will sign a contract with each one. Of course, the market can participate. By this time, I hope they will. Please, Tosta, one more. Yes. Please, go on. So here, just to give you an idea, so we talk about, again, ecological restoration projects. We are expanding to all biomes in Brazil. A minimal size of 1 million tons of carbon credits for each company, minimal stake on the auction. Of course, it's a remunerated carbon credits contracts, please, up to 25 years. You can do in a consortia with 4 companies, okay? In the selection is the lowest price, since we have the quality defined before the auction. The quality involves, just like some examples, the diagnosis of the project area with restoration methods to be employed, minimal diversity of 30 species, certification standards that meet the CCP. Let's go. Periodic monitoring the 3rd, 4th, 10th, etc. years, so we have a high standard in terms of, this is just an example. The conditions of BNDES, which I already mentioned all of them, I think. Please, go on. And the guarantee, this is something that I can tell you. We finance everything but the land acquisition. This we cannot provide loans. And it is not only on forest. In any sector that we provide loans, we cannot do it. I think you're the same too, right? And the guarantee is something interesting because since 2023, we did 18 deals, which is a good number for Brazil in the forest sector. Why? Because we could interact with the private banks. The private banks were providing a guarantee for the project. So, of course, when you have a guarantee outside the project, you do it much faster, right? But we are developing, and the Pro Floresta is a project finance design, which means the offtake agreement is going to be our only basic guarantee, right? But today we are we are relying a lot on the banks. Please, let's go. We are finishing because it's time is running. So what the guy that is buying earns. Sorry, it's Portuguese to English, English to Portuguese. It's crazy, but so of course we have a high quality carbon. We have the image that they are not going to have a problem of greenwashing, reputation problems. They are going to buy a carbon that is very competitive, and the developers are happy, of course. We are preparing them for the regulated market, which is coming to Brazil very close. I hope that it goes closer than we think. And no, another one. Yeah, that's it. And the other one to finish is the goals. To finish, I'm going to stop here. Remember that we did with Petrobras, it was 15,000 hectares. Now we are talking about 1,000 hectares when we include other companies, which is equivalent to 83% of the city of Rio de Janeiro, which you are enjoying, right? The second topic, you're going to capture 35 million tons of carbon credit throughout 25 years, which is equivalent to stop São Paulo to produce anything in terms of carbon for 1 year. It's a big thing. It's equivalent to 175 million trees that are going to be planted. Is equivalent to if you put one tree after the other, go to the moon. My director said, well, what kind of tree are you speaking? She's very smart. But the idea is say it's a big thing, right? And you're going to generate with this thing 42,000 jobs. It's a good amount. And 3 billion of investments, reais, only to do the restoration. So I think this is, I'm sharing with you because maybe it's an idea that I'm happy to listen more to you that you're doing in your country, what you're thinking about the carbon credit. Because people, just to finish this thing, people say about carbon credits. I can do carbon credits, biodiversity credits. I want the forest there, creating jobs, opportunities for everyone. If it's carbon, it's okay. If it's biodiversity, it's okay. But we cannot do anything because otherwise there won't be forests. Note that it seems unhappy, but it's happy, actually. Thank you. I know everybody is hungry, but if you have any doubts, I'm happy here to. Everybody's thinking about Xi'an and. Yeah, that's but if you have, I don't know, was clear.
No, don't worry. There is another Christina, don't worry.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Kumesh Naidu. I'm from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Just want to find out, I may have missed it, what standard are you using for the project? And I mean, from our training, there's a lot of risks associated with nature-based carbon credits. What are some of the risks that you encountered, and how have you mitigated that from a banking perspective?
Otherwise we switch.
Thank you. I couldn't listen. I couldn't live. What your name? Sorry.
Kumesh.
Kumesh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong. No, this is a very important thing. We had the first thing you think about Verra and Gold, right? Because they are very well reputed. But the point is, we didn't want to nominate anyone. And how can we do it in being safe? That's the point, yes? Because you all know that Verra and Gold are doing their best, but sometimes when you are talking about scaling up in speed, there is a problem. And the idea is that we want this to scale, right? So we try to do it by the CCP standards. This is a way, for instance, Isometric is CCP registered. Don't know if you're following that. Equitable Earth also. So if you do that, they pass these CCP standards, principles, then we say it's a high quality. Usually it's because they are very bad about it. And we also were talking about the regulated market. If the Brazilian regulated market accepts, we are going to accept. But we are talking to the Ministry of Finance about it, and they are more or less going the same way, accepting CCP or incorporating the CCP principles into their basis for certifying anyone.
Good afternoon, Christian Grisales from CAF Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Congratulations for the instrument. And I have two questions. The first one is the minimum ticket of the project to be considered for the loan, and where the commercial reforestation is also eligible into the program.
No, it's not a commercial. Commercial not acceptable, Christian. We are doing only native here. Of course, some projects they can have, yes, commercial, but we are not going to finance this. But in this case of ProFloresta, it's only native, okay? We're talking about the climate fund in general. Sometimes we have projects that have some part of commercial, and we don't finance that. I'm saying that to be open, sometimes it's important for the market that is scaling up now. But on the ProFloresta, it's only native, okay? This is one point. And the second question, you said the minimum size, the minimum ticket for climate fund is 10 million reais. It's $2 million. But here in these projects of ProFloresta, we are talking about 3,000 hectares. In Brazil, it's around 90 million reais, the total investment. for the minimum size of these projects. So it's much higher than 10 million. Okay.
Easier. No, thank you very much. Very nice project. Maybe a question is about the responsibility of BNDES in the auction system. What's happened? I mean, if I understand that you put all these developers and buyers in contacts, and they make their business. So there are some. It's under promises, or they settle. I mean, the contract is signed somewhere. And what is the responsibility of BNDES if, for example, I make a promise to Rodrigo, but at the end I'm not going to pay him, or I don't make the contract, and he loses the opportunity to have another contract. So what is the responsibility? Is the responsibility of BNDES engaged, or you committed anything about the fact that he loses because the buyer that you present to him didn't enforce his promise to buy it? How it's work? Or if at the end he pay a part and don't pay the rest, how his responsibility is committed?
Thank you, Mustafa. Great question. So in Petrobras, or in this second version that is expanded, they have the chance to come. They're not obliged. But if they come, we're going to sign a contract. And the offtake agreement that Rodrigo has with Petrobras, or for anyone else, they have some, think about it in English, mitigations for risks. For instance, the curve of carbon credits is 100%. For instance, if they deliver 70%, it's okay. And we are probably going to consider only 70% of the generation. But if they don't do that, below 70%, they have to buy the carbon credit in the market, which is a problem. But you see, we are talking about 70. We have 30% of fat here, and if you go, yes. So, and if you go, for instance, for Verra, they have all their carbon pool that they separate apart that they can use, right? Here also to help Rodrigo. So we have mitigations on that. We see that the insurance is developing in Brazil for that. So maybe in the near future he's going to have an insurance to help him. And of course, if we have a real problem, like imagine 50%, he's only generating 50% of his sold. Then we will have to renegotiate the contract, of course. But this is good because the development banks, we have this idea of preserving the project. But we take it for granted that he's going to like at least perform 70%.
What you said is the risk is only for buyer because they can have less than what was promised in quantity of the carbons. But if the buyer don't pay, or would like to negotiate the price, or is not able to pay what is promised to pay, what happened in this case? There is also something in the contract.
This is something that we talk a lot. I don't know if Luca remember. We put a fee, a very strong fee for Petrobras, against Petrobras if they don't come, if they don't pay. And that's one of the advantages, I think, that BNDES was involved, because we could negotiate that. Because if they went one by one to talk to Petrobras, of course, Petrobras wouldn't accept. But we try to balance the contract to be good for BNDES, who is going to rely on that contract, to be good for Petrobras because they only pay if they receive, but also to be good for the guy who is selling, because if he sells, he has to receive, otherwise the buyer has to pay a lot, a fee. No, we are going. No, we are providing the loan for them to implement. Yes, they have to pay us back if they. No, they have a contract between Petrobras and the developer. Yes, we are not part. No, we are not. We are not. Okay, but we rely on them. But we wrote the contract with Petrobras. Yes, and we put the lawyers together. That's why.
Marcos, I would just like to complement.
Yes, please, Luca, help me.
Because I can talk about BNDES being outside of BNDES. Because the role of BNDES here, it's very important because they are the anchor of this whole structure. We put together different players to think how this structure could happen. So I'm part of a philanthropic institution. So we partner with the Brazilian Development Bank and with an oil and gas company to unlock carbon markets in Brazil. This is very innovative. So it's important to mention also this, the role of engaging the actors that the Development Bank can play. It's not only providing a loan, it can put together the players that can unlock innovation. So that was precisely what we did together, right, Marcos? We put lawyers, we put technical people, we found an oil and gas company that should purchase and had a $1 billion strategy of carbon credits. And we had the issue that was BNDES has cheap money to lend and sometimes to grant to restoration companies, but the companies don't have assets to provide as collateral. So how we can bring the ecosystem to work together to overcome the guarantee problem. And that was a role that we all played together, and BNDES is this institution that has a capacity to bring the companies together, and with us, philanthropy, bringing civil society and bringing the private sector, we could play a very strategic role for policy shaping in Brazil. And that's now turning into a bigger project, right, Marcos? So I just wanted to emphasize that because the development banks have also this very important role on articulating the environment to unlock things. And sometimes the loans are not only the exclusively tool that should be put in place to unlock this innovation, right? So
just to reinforce this point, because sometimes I know how to do restoration, I know it. Then yes, let's do business, but you don't have a guarantee, and then it's And then say we have a good contract now. This is the base of your work.
Yes, thank you. Going back to the point of the risks, maybe is there any pari passu requested for the loan? Equity requirement for the ones requesting the loan? That's the first one, sorry. And also about the carbon rights. Do they belong completely to the owners of the properties, or is there any participation of BNDs resulting from the loan, something like that?
Usually we do pari passu, okay? And depending on the projects that involve land acquisition, usually it's 50-50, okay? But projects that are doing rural partnerships, I don't know if they have that in English. When you pay for the land, for instance, 5% of the total revenue I pay you to use your land. It's called in Brazil rural partnership. Then we can go like to 80% of the total investment. But the equity is pari passu, okay? And your first question was, I'm sorry.
Rights.
About sorry.
If the entity requesting the loan keeps the carbon rights, or is there any participation by BNDs?
No, we don't take any part of the carbon, okay? Usually, you have two models here. One is when they buy land acquisition, so it's the green models like that. They buy the land and they get all the carbon credits. But there are other models like Belterra, for instance, which is a company of agroforest. They share it in the part of the carbon paying for the landowner because they don't buy the land. So you have both models, okay, doing Brazil. But the most typical one is you buy land.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think everyone is now really curious on our site visit to actually then see the project in reality. So I think it was really a nice day today, also with the different experts coming in or your presentations. We have now the cocktail, and just as a reminder for tomorrow is the family photo day. So wear something nice, especially the woman maybe, or the women a bit more colorful, because I was really happy that Laura at least is also with a bit more color, but I think Margot will also give us some more in the information.
Yeah, thank you. You may have received on your mailbox this morning an invitation for a side discussion tomorrow at 9 a.m. We wanted to just take this opportunity to convene a discussion among IDFC members on the common principle for climate mitigation tracking, because we are expected to have a draft with MDBs by the end of the month. So we know that not everyone around the table is directly concerned or been involved in previous discussion. So it's volunteer for those who don't feel absolutely related to the discussion, but we really encourage you to participate, because we have received several feedback and we really wanted to make sure that we can have everyone prepare talking point ahead of the steering group meeting with good information and informed by also other technical experts. Yes, and logistical question. We'll have a van that will be available to pick up people for be there at 9 a.m. and another one for those who want to arrive here at 10 a.m.
Should they come talk back to you that we know that we're not missing someone?
Can we have that information
in the WhatsApp group? Yes.
Maybe we can make a that they can write you who is taking which bus so that we're not missing.